The two games, Anna Shaw and Lynn Earthman, live streaming table 17 please. Christchurch, Cashmere, Shane McKenzie, Richmond, table 22. Sam Hopkinson, Richmond, Jesse Eastman, Richmond, table 20. Ned Fisher, Richmond, Dylan and Brexel, Richmond, table 24 please.
What a match this promises to be. Welcome everybody back. Hopefully you will filter back in to watch quarterfinals upwards of the Open tournament as well as the semis upwards of the ladies. Players lagging for the break, which you don't see a hell of a lot of. But that is an excellent lag from Adam, though. That was Adam's ball top of your screen, nearly on the rail. So, yeah, Adam Lilly, I should say. He's the one with the glove. Adam Shaw, the player without. Keep it on the top
So we
view.
talk about glove and no glove?
Yep.
As opposed to Adam and Adam?
Well, you could also do what I did when Kimberly Cullen and Kimberly Brewer played each other and just go by surname.
Aha! Shaw and
Lilly.
Lily. Right, Lily to break.
what a break it is. At least one down and reasonably good service to other balls. So welcome Paul Morris back into commentary with me.
Yep, this is going to be a fun game to call.
Can you please put the commentators on? Well, it will be a fun game to call because it's, I mean, two of the best players in Canterbury, but also the fact that you will see players playing the shot that we can see up here. Without wanting to disrespect the ladies, you saw them play shots that we wouldn't have picked. Sometimes it's easier to commentate on players where you know roughly what they're going to do, or more roughly what they're going to do.
And having said that, though, John, there is the factor that these guys can actually see shots that are a bit beyond
our capability to play such shots.
Yes, they have a vision that's a little bit different to a table. You know, because we call it based on our skill sets.
Yes, and we're not as good players as these two are.
Shot makers. We're not as good shot makers as these guys.
So he's just cheated the pocket there as an example to leave himself nice and square on the 10. So if he'd cut that in normally, then he would have been off angle on the 10 and not given himself the opportunity to just draw this back. Sort
of a semi-little drag on the cue ball. He's drawn that back nicely for the 14. So whether he takes this now for that split to get the 12 out, or he's going to try and do that off the 15.
He's probably going to do it off the 15 just by looking at how he's queuing this.
Yeah. Yes.
Possibly. Oh no, he hasn't gone too far. I reckon he can screw this off into the top rail here.
Yeah.
Go into the top rail here and then into the black, force the 12 out. Or even maybe run around the rails here.
Yeah, around
the back of the 2.
No, he's going to take the double on.
Well, that line was good for this shot too.
Yeah.
So obviously, you don't always need to go smash and bash. Oh, he's feeling it.
Yep.
Look out, Adam Shaw. He's feeling it. Confidence to a T.
There we go.
What a first frame. Adam Lilly 1-0 up in the Adams family battle.
Oh, no. Come on. Are we looking at Wednesday at Pugsley or? Oh, bloody.
That's what it might be if
Catherine and
Jojo. That's what it could be if Catherine and Jojo played each other as well. Catherine is Adam Shaw's wife, and Jojo, of course, Adam Lilly's partner. Mind you, Jojo's got a massive advantage there, doesn't she? She plays, Catherine doesn't. Oh, Catherine, by the way, Catherine Ann Shaw, by the way, if you are watching, please let us know that you're watching. Otherwise, we've got no idea. It's not like Facebook where your name appears on the screen if you're watching. That doesn't happen in this. So, and in fact, anyone who's watching, please let yourselves be known, like Rhys James has there. Great to have you on, Rhys. Nothing off the break, so Adam Lilly can actually get right back to where he left off here. This is an even better frame too, by the look of it.
Yep, all there.
You've heard it all now. No, you haven't.
No, you haven't. Yeah.
You ain't heard nothing yet, to misquote Michael Jackson.
Or the Doobie Brothers.
Oh, good duo actually. I low key like their music, so good shout out. Drop, yes.
Drop, yeah.
You don't want to become cheerleaders for balls to drop, but you do want to see them go.
Yeah, that's enough, Shane.
Oh, really?
Good shot there.
That's
Yeah.
so old.
Yeah,
It's
that-
so outplayed.
yeah.
I'm sorry, my dude.
Yeah, and we want a pun-free environment, please. We've got children watching and listening.
He's going to just back himself to get probably the cue ball to roll roughly across that black spot again.
Yeah.
Or even if he can get into it more, to go behind the black.
Possibly.
For position on the 15.
Well,
You
that-
go between the 8 and the 15 and get on the 15.
Yeah, I'm reckoning that screws back on, so that's back up the rail to play the 15 into that top left corner. That's what he's looking at.
No, I think he's just taking his medicine here. He's just going to come back down table, wind himself just short of the middle pocket and cut the 15 in.
Okay, he's playing it quite low.
Yeah, because then you get closer to the 15 and
Yeah.
that way you've got better position. If you played it without that, then you've got a finer cut. It's a
How many
harder
of us
shot.
would have been snookered by the 5 off that shot?
Oh, most of us would have.
Yeah.
That's excellent. Look at this. Look at this, Adam Lilly. He drops the black with no fuss.
Yeah.
2-0 up, and Adam Shaw's only shot that he's played has been the break in that frame. Now he's going to have to stay in his chair maybe a little longer, because it is Adam Lilly's break. This is what Lightning Lily does, though, isn't
Yeah.
it? You expect it to happen.
Yes.
Not exactly surprised when it happens, but you still love to see it. Now, in the interests of both players getting a go, you would actually like to see Adam Shaw do what he can do.
Well, you want to see a match.
You want to see a match. But if Adam Lilly does not miss a ball and wins 5-0, then you never begrudge him that.
No, of course
Never.
not. No, and you've just seen something that's, it's entertainment in itself. Yeah.
Low key, I hope this goes 9 frames as well. But again, if one player completely outplays the other and wins by 5 to not much, then
Yeah.
that's fine, because
Okay.
you witnessed greatness.
But
Ooh, we got one. He got
Big
2.
he's
He got 3. I think he got 3 unders.
Oh, yeah.
So that break's obviously working.
3 unders, no overs. So I don't think he'll be taking the overs to be showing off.
I don't think he can really. It's not a good over. Oh, the 11's on. Is that enough to go on though?
No, he
The
won't
two-
be taking overs. I'm being
The
facetious here.
the 2's horrible. I reckon he does take the 11 here.
You reckon?
I think he does. I think he backs himself.
Well,
Because the 2's terrible. Unless he can get himself back to a double like he did in the first frame.
yeah.
He's obviously backed himself even more to extract the 2 or to give
Okay,
himself
well, the
that
only
double.
reason he would leave himself that angle from there is to go off the top cushion back into that 2.
You can hear me. I'm hoping that means... Oh dear, that's gone horribly wrong.
Yeah.
That's gone about as wrong as it could go. Now what do you do? Probably pot the 1 and go for a free ball here, I reckon.
Yeah, well,
Would you go back into your shell? Or doesn't look like he is. He looks like he's still playing aggressively. So he's going to try and do that with the black, I reckon.
Yeah,
Pot
so
the
there's-
1 and hide the black.
Well, the cue ball's going to come back into that 8 in.
Dead right.
No, it's not. It's
Spread.
going to give Adam a chance.
Spread
Adam
wide.
yes, a chance at the table.
Spread wide. Or maybe not wide enough. Maybe he was trying to go off the top rail and into the back of the 8. You see the almost a cocked, not a cocked hat double, but a marker's double with the white ball into the 8, if that makes sense.
Yep.
Of course, you had the 12 and the 13 to avoid, but maybe Adam could see that shot better than we could. So Adam Shaw here, I reckon he might try and release this 14 here.
Yeah. Well, at least
Unlucky, but he's still got time and opportunity.
I'm surprised he went that way straight up. Maybe
don't-
would have had a look at doing something with that 12 first and then started working down that end of the table.
I like
No,
the
the 10,
idea
sorry.
of removing your problem straight up.
Yeah.
if you can, and if it's feasible
which
to
one?
do so.
I mean, to be fair, John, there's two problems there. There's the 14 and the 10.
10's potable, 14, unless you double it, isn't.
Yeah, we'll just...
The 10's less of a problem. Well, the 14's now been extracted and well done.
Yeah.
But the 10 was a lot easier to work to, whereas the 14 you only ever wanted to be in one place for it. Now you've got multiple opportunity with it.
Yeah, now that you've got that out, yeah, the valid argument there in the circumstance.
Try to stun that in, and look at this.
Yeah.
Perfect on the 11 if he wants to run down for the 10, and you see him there, he wants to be just inside bulk because that's the most natural angle to get back for the 14. This is okay.
It's alright, there's enough room to do what he needs to put some work on that cue ball to come back. It's the natural angle for that's more up the centre of the table, but he wants it off over to the left a little bit. Not too much though.
That needs to stop. Woo, baby.
Yeah, that's needed to be a wee bit more to the right there. That's possibly travelled a little too far.
That's fine. 9-ball player, he'll just snap this into the right rail and back out.
Yeah, it's
Probably an easier shot than trying to go 2 rails and back towards the middle of the table. I suspect you'll be putting some bottom on this.
yeah, looks like he is.
You just snap it off and banana it off into the right rail and back out.
Yeah.
Okay, that's even better. It looked even better too.
That's more a pretzel than a banana there, I think, John.
Yep. That's more skill than I've got at the moment.
Yeah.
That's a lovely finish though. 100% big finish there from Adam Shaw.
Yeah.
Gets off the schneid.
I don't think either of these guys will be voluntarily making a mistake. Well, it's not a mistake if you do it voluntarily, is it? But you know what I mean?
This wasn't a forced error that from Adam Lilly, was it? He was trying to deliberately do something positive and it just didn't work.
So, I mean, the thing is, one of these guys makes a mistake, the other one's in there and going to pounce the levels there for that. So, yes, we have entertainment.
Well, it is true cut and thrust, that, isn't it? If you fail to land, then best believe your opponent's going to point you, isn't he? It's going to end up feeling steel on pad if you don't do it yourself. If anybody recognises which sport that is, then well done to you. It's not pole, by the way.
No, you've got me wondering. Steel and pad.
Cut, thrust, point.
Ah, well, yes, there we go then. Yeah. Done enough fencing with you.
Well done.
Right at this point in time.
Well done. Top marks. Touche.
Oh, stick to the number 8 wire stuff around here, buddy.
Oh, it's even better. The panicane continues. I'm truly rolled into town. Look at this, though.
Yeah. Okay, so the that 3 and 9's interesting. I think that's down the rail either way, obviously.
I just want to see if it goes either way. It certainly looks like there's enough separation for it to go top left.
Yeah, the 5's on and the top right as we're looking, so...
Yeah, I just want to leave it on this view just to look at the depth of shot that he'll need to play here. If he wants to get on the 1, for example...
I think he might be trying to do something with that, yeah.
I think he was just trying to get a piece of it.
Yep.
Just to get it past the 9 so it pots in the middle.
Yeah, so he's got the 5 now to get back into position.
I think that's the only shot he's got, really. Yeah. To get the 5 and try to avoid the rubbish. Yeah, look at this.
Oh, he's
He's actually hit that too well, has he?
Yeah, that's
Is the 6
might
on?
still be on.
I reckon he's hit that too well.
Yeah, he needed to be on the right-hand side of the line. Yeah, more closer towards the spot.
I think he's okay though.
Yeah,
He didn't take a long time to cue that. That's short for me.
that's short.
For my money, he's short.
Yeah.
He
So-
needed to be basically straight on that, and he's not.
Yeah. So I think the double back into the 9 is what we're going to see here.
Yeah, hold on to your hats. Look at the pace. Oh, again, he's hit it too well. He's
too
not even
well.
hit the 9.
Bloody,
I think he was just trying to clip it. He tried to play it as a touch shot, just clip the 9 away enough, but he potted the ball straight up.
There's a special sort of irritation in playing a really good shot and not getting the good result that you deserve from it.
I wouldn't be too disheartened by that if I were Adam. Obviously, it's a bugger that you're not on what you want to be on, but
Yeah.
it's almost like you hit it too nicely.
You're not getting the reward for the good shot that you play.
Well, I think he just touched the 3.
Just touched the
I think
3.
it's a fair shot.
Yep, that's a fair shot. Doesn't help him much in the long term, because I suspect that he'll be playing that same shot again in a couple of minutes, if not less.
I don't know if he will be. I reckon Adam Shaw will be looking for a finish here. If he can extricate the 12, we'll get back on it.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh, he might have gotten away with it. He's left the 10 in the way. This will be a free ball, but the obvious shot's been taken away from Adam Lilly here.
You can't really take that
Suspect
off the
he'll need a-
15.
I suspect he'll need a lawyer on speed dial after that. No, I don't.
No, Shane.
Don't think so.
You just all bloomin' got yourself all full of exhilaration and stuff because you bloody got $10, imaginary $10 out of me for the bloomin' Patrice game. So,
Okay. Black is a free ball.
yeah.
Will be respotted. Now you just trust your queuing, don't you?
Yeah.
You just trust your queuing, and you trust that you're not going to be going in off or go behind the 14 here. Just float it in and take what you get on the
I
black.
don't think there'll be a problem with the 14.
That's a wonderful shot. Jesus, that's a good shot. That's about as good as you can get from there for position. And bang, in she goes.
Yeah. There was a shot that I wouldn't have expected Adam S to miss there.
Jordan Mahi with his usual.
Yeah.
You absolutely love that team, don't you, Jordan? You'd die for them, wouldn't you? Nothing wrong with that, though. You play with a bunch of dudes and dudettes that you love. It almost
Yeah.
becomes you, doesn't it? It's a big part of who you are, and I respect that.
Look, we got a runner.
It's about the only mistake he's made all game.
Pretty much.
Well, that was the definition of an unforced error from Adam Shaw, wasn't it?
Yes.
I think he looked like he was trying to maybe take the 12 off the rail with it, but that compromised the pot, so obviously there was other things at play, but you wouldn't have expected the miss.
Yeah.
Now, ball off the break from Adam Lilly, so again, this is big danger.
Yeah.
The bigs are on too.
Bigs are on.
All the bigs are on.
Yeah. I suspect we're looking for another quick frame here.
Would not surprise me if he takes 14 first here, but the 10 first allows the 12 to pass.
Yeah, so 10, 14, 12.
So either way is fine, and 10 probably better, as you can see. And there he's played the Z shot nicely.
Yeah, I'm not sure that was exactly perfect in the position department.
That was though.
Unless you do that. Yeah.
Now we can just maybe use the 2 to hold for the 9.
Yeah, perfect position for a handbrake.
Well, almost like a half handbrake, wasn't it? It was just enough to take the ball away from where it could have gone, which is towards the bulk, and it's just left it close to his work.
Adam, looking at that, yeah, just looking at position for the 9 next. Did he
Oops.
let that trickle through a bit too far? No, he didn't. That's perfect.
He didn't like it, but I reckon this is okay.
It's okay.
I was basing my call off his reaction. His body language suggested to me that he was under, but he's fine. He's back out.
So this will run through just nicely for that 15 after this. Yeah. No, it won't.
Oh, Adam. How often do you see that it's such an easy mistake to make, but you still never expect it?
Yeah.
Especially from a guy playing as well as Adam Lilly is right now. That could be a massive mistake if he doesn't make something good out of it.
We'll see how good his fortune is on his shoulder with this next shot.
Oh, look at this. What an escape.
Yeah.
Somebody give that man the tools to dig out of the prison.
Don't need them. I think he'll find something.
He'll do it all with his hands.
Yeah.
Probably just walk away and... Well, he'd be feeling, well, I was a bit fortunate that I still had a shot, but at the same time, he'll be thinking, don't do that again. Do not do that again, because I will not be as fortunate next time around.
Yeah. So how... Paul's just working out how long this match has been so far.
Whilst Adam Shaw's needs to get 5 in a row here. Sorry, 4 in a row here.
So we're looking at
21 minutes.
21 minutes.
And this is
for
not
5
the way
frames.
to do it.
No.
Broken dry.
So 9's on with a wee tickle. Well, 13 obviously. Do you take your big ones down the rail, the 9, going...
Well, is it... No, he's taking
the
smalls. He's going to take
okay.
the 6 first here. Oh, that would have been the 1. Yeah. Look at that. Promoted the 2 nicely, but he's missed the pot. This could be the vehicle for Adam Shaw to get himself back into the match. I say that as he's 4-1 down, but often it only requires 1 shot.
Yeah, well, 4-2's a hell of a lot different to packing your queue up and going home, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. Giving himself some time, which I like. He's not rushing into this. He wants to eye everything up.
Yeah,
some people just absolutely spring out of their chairs when this happens, and
so his
that
last
can be
shot,
a problem.
Yeah, his last shot wasn't a particularly flash one, so I'm thinking that he'll be wanting to make sure the processes are all there, faculties are working well before he does his next.
I like the 4 next. So now he's got himself on the 7, and the chance to possibly pot the 5 past the 11 into the corner pocket top right. I reckon that's what he'll be playing for here.
Well, yeah, maybe. Yeah, I guess he is now. Unless he's taking the 2 or the 1.
He's kissed the
that's
3, which he didn't want to do,
yeah,
but he's still at least on something else.
Yeah, there's a plant there for the 5-3 if you want to come back that way on the 1 next. But if that 5 goes...
See, this is so often what happens though when you're 4-1 down, or you're down and haven't really had the opportunity to play. You just get these little flicks that you don't want.
Yeah, well, he's got himself out of position, which
he's made this harder than it should have been because he's just failed to clear a ball.
So he's got a couple of workers there that he can get back into position with.
See, now it's just compounded slightly. This will plant, you're right, but again, this is a harder shot than he just had.
Yeah, but
And it may even continue until he either misses or finishes.
yeah, does that 2 go past the? So that
Seems to think it will,
yeah,
so
and then-
maybe he could be okay
yeah, and
here.
the 5's on after that, which he's played for. I possibly hit that a bit thick. He needed to run through a wee bit further with that, I think.
Well, he's deliberately tried to check pocket as much as he can. I think he's okay, because if he catches the 3, he'll be fine here.
Well, I'm
Catches the 3, there you go.
yeah. Okay, he's manufactured something out of there, that made it harder than it possibly needed to be.
This cue ball's going to absolutely
the open.
scoot though. This will scoot, look out. Do you play it with lots and lots of inside?
Yep, and
Inside against the angle.
yeah, and that'll help with the pot too.
Careful, cue ball,
Yeah,
look
cue
out.
ball.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I don't.
Always a possibility.
That didn't look to
playing
me
that
like
way.
any of that check side he played on that ball took, if he put any on at all.
No, I think he did. It just didn't. He just didn't quite cue through
If
it.
he had it should have died off the cushion a lot more and ran. It ran a lot further than I'd expected if he'd played it. To be fair, it didn't look like to me that either it didn't take or he didn't cue properly or he didn't put much on. I didn't notice where he was cueing the white ball to see how much was on there, but that ran a lot more than I would have expected it to if it had any sort of check side on there.
I think for me, it was the 3 was so far away from the rail that yes, you get check side, but you still have to travel a fair distance before it checks.
Yeah,
So it's going to go towards the middle pocket on that same side before it checks, and sometimes you never get enough check on it. Could play 14 to 9 here. There's a possibility of that, and then you get the 9 out, take the 9 out of play. Because now you've got the 9 and you can just pop off the rail for the 12, and then you can set a base up down the other end of the table.
yeah.
We've got the shooter's roll.
Yeah. So even if he hadn't got that, he still would have been in the box seat because that 8 wasn't going past the 11. So now he's
Starting to wheel and deal now.
yeah.
Just needs to make sure that he doesn't get out of pos on the 11 here. Oh, he's good.
Never going to be a problem.
Try to play for the opposite corner here. That's perfect. Right there. Spot it right there. And this is to get to the semi-final.
Finals.
Well done, Adam Lilly.
That was about 24 minutes worth of enjoyment there. Well,
Maybe not so
for Adam Shaw,
but
yeah.
it was great to watch as a neutral. Give it to you that way.
Yes.
There's nothing going on in that
Backup table is not being played on at the moment, so we will switch to a room view.
Right. So Chris Geary playing Shaden McKenzie and Mum refereeing. Yeah. Not Mum, Auntie. Oh, Mum, no, it's Mum. It is Mum. Yeah.
Shaden's mum is
Yeah, it is Trish.
referee
Yeah.
Katrina
Kit
McKenzie.
Kat, yep. Yeah, so Kerry Lowe's playing on the next table over. So have we got a result for the Hannah Woods, Liz Hullen?
Not yet. I don't think so.
They've
just
finished
yet.
playing.
Oh no,
So
Hannah Woods
Hannah
through to the
Kerry.
final.
4-2 playing Kerry Lowe, so that final must be on table 23 next to the Gary McKenzie.
That final should go on the stream
It's already
table.
playing.
Yep, they're already playing.
They're already playing it.
Yep.
Well, we can see them playing it, so yeah.
Ronnie's the referee.
Yeah.
I don't like that. Why?
Wouldn't that be on 21?
Why? No, why wouldn't it be on the stream table?
Oh, that's the decision Tracy made. Tracy and Kerry probably made that.
Kerry just didn't want to have to do it here again to go on the TV table. That's what it'll be.
I don't like it. I don't like it. I know some people are going to tell me, well, what are you whinging about? But the ladies' tournament should at least get some billing, and it's not if the final's not being played on the stream table. That's just how I see it.
I mean, there's a game on the streaming table when it was called, because when Adam were playing, Hannah and Liz were still playing over on table 13, 12, and they possibly could have gone on 21 as a backup.
Even that.
Yeah. But then again, was 21 available at the time? We don't know, and
not sure.
They've got to balance that against how long do you make players wait before they play into their game.
Even if they had to wait another 15 minutes to play, I think it would have been worth it. But we are, what is the time now? It's 10 past 2. It's 10 past 2 and we're already into our quarters for the Opens and into the final for the ladies. And all your other finals are being played or very close to being played. So we're doing well for time. I just think something's gone wrong there.
Yep.
Something's just not happened there for me. That's going to be a very interesting match in the main flight.
Yes.
Adam Robertson against John Gower in one semi-final, and then you've got Patrick Noon against Craig Roberts in the other game.
Yep.
So main flight, we are now up to the semi-finals for the ladies. So Katrina McLean and Jodie Chapman playing furthest from us.
And Joanne Kirkwood, Amber James in the other semi.
Yes, I don't see which table they're playing on.
No, I can't. Oh, hang on, I'll stick my head out the window, eh? I'll take one for the team and go and have a look.
Yeah, I just think that was a massive miss there, Dwayne. I know how some people are going to say it. You play the games in the order that they're put out in. And if there's an available table, you stick them on to get the games going. That I understand, but I just think for equal footing, which is what you want for pool in this country, the ladies still get a raw deal, in my opinion, and not having the ladies' final on the main streaming table is not helping that narrative at all. It's detracting from the fact that tournament is its own competition. It's not a bolt-on to the Open, it's its own competition and deserves to be treated as such, and the way you do that is to have the final on the stream table. That's my feeling.
So Kerry and Hannah. Kerry's just potted a nice black. Right.
G'day, Luger. Yes, we're doing well, thank you.
Yeah.
The fact that I'm here speaking to all of you is again further proof that I do not know how to play in this tournament. It's never been kind to me, this. I know it's an incredibly tough tournament to play in. And the concentration of talent is probably the only tournaments that come close to this would be the South Island, or either Island tournament and the Nationals. The concentration of talent in this tournament rivals those three, in my opinion. And that's why this is so hard to win. But obviously, I haven't cracked the code just yet. Haven't cracked it. Tried bashing every combination into the lock.
Yeah.
Hasn't opened for me yet. Yeah, I mean, thank you. I would love to do more playing than commentating. I love doing the commentary, but obviously playing means that I'm still in the tournament. But I mean, this is not a bad second prize, to be fair.
It's could have just waited for the stream table to free Larissa. Again, we go back to how how long do you want to wait between games to play? The Adams family game took 24 minutes odd, but that could easily have taken 45.
Well, that
And
game was
how
never
long-
likely to take long, though. Both players play at a reasonable pace. Both of attacking players. You see balls go down everywhere. I don't think time was ever going to be a problem. Even if the frames went ugly, both of those players play in such a way that you were never going to have long frames. Maybe it's a possibility that both Kerry and Hannah decided they didn't want to play on the stream table. Maybe they felt that they didn't want the extra pressure.
Yeah.
That is obviously a decision that they would have both had to make, in my opinion, for this to go the way it has. And if that is the decision that they did make, then I don't agree with it, but I must respect it.
Yeah, the waiting between matches is a bit of a...
Hurts.
Yeah.
It does hurt, but it does give us a chance to talk about things that are peripherally pool related.
Oh, I'm not
Like
worrying
this.
about whether us,
There you
it's
go.
the players themselves, to be
So
fair.
Tracy has said the ladies didn't want to go on the live stream. I asked them.
Yeah.
Okay, so it is much
Yeah.
a case of personal preference for both players not to play on the stream table. Okay.
Yeah,
I don't agree with that, but I mean, they're playing and I'm not, so I must respect their wishes. I do think in the context of making the ladies in the Open more equal as tournaments, that they should have played on the stream table. They decided not to, and that is what it is. I will get over it at some point. At some point.
look, you could
Well,
either...
Tracy, I do like the fact that Tracy actually asked them, though,
Yeah.
that she gave DAP to the players to say, look, do you want to play on the stream table or do you not? They said no. She said, that's fine, we'll put you somewhere
Yeah.
else.
I mean, if you've got the finals there to play and you've got the table available, yep. You know, but they've said no, so
I
got
suspect
to respect that. John's comments earlier about the ladies due the respect. I think we're at a point now where there's no issue with status for games with
I think there
ladies
still is,
anymore.
to be honest, because
It's not.
it is getting closer.
Oh, see Chris Gary miss a shot there that I'm sure he will regret and know that he should have got.
Well, yeah, for me, I think there is still a bit of a schism between the ladies and the men, or the ladies in the Open. I think that it is closing, which I really like.
How do you
But
see that
I
there's
still,
any sort of...
I still
where's
believe
this-
there's not enough stream representation for the ladies, and I know that more of them need to play to get more even odds of being streamed, and that the situation is definitely improving. I'm just saying that the situation should be improving further, and I'm hoping that everybody that's got a chance to be involved in that is doing that.
Yeah,
If you know
okay.
what I mean, I'm not just
Yeah.
talking out of my bum. I hope
Well-
I'm making sense.
Yeah, it doesn't mean we necessarily agree with that. I think we might need to agree to disagree in a little bit in that we're at a we've got streaming, and as far as tournaments go, is only a couple of years on, isn't it? Like,
Well, the first
We-
one of these streams was in 2018, I believe.
right. So and we've developed now that we've got two tables at a tournament of this size.
Ah, get back in your cave, red bag.
Simp.
The ladies' final is still being played.
Yeah. So
It's not. Both ladies, both Hannah and Kerry, elected not to play it on the streaming table. So the question was asked, and they both said no. I want to play on a non-streaming table, which, as I said, I don't agree with. But because the players have decided that to be, I must respect it.
yeah, Where is that? I mean, go back to my point that, to be fair, the technology involved in creating the streaming is getting more and more advanced. But if you look at it, we've only got 2 tables with streams.
Yeah.
We've got one we can comment on, we're one overhead. It is overall at this stage, without making it sound petty, it's still a little primitive in the coverage. If you look at what you get with coverage at Worlds and World Cup snooker and 9-ball and stuff like that, it's getting there, and I'm certainly not begrudging the fact it's there. I think it's magnificent that it's here. It's still developing. So to say that the ladies are disadvantaged any more than the men are, or the opens are, because there's no men's anymore, it's just ladies and open, I think it's not quite accurate. I think it's just the same everywhere. When you've got a developing technology and procedure and methodology, we're not at the Sky Sport level of multiple cameras around for everything, watching the players' expressions as they hit, miss, or pop, So we're nowhere near that sort of level of coverage.
Well, we don't have the money to do that either, do we?
Of course not. So we're still in this developmental thing. So you can't really say with any validity, I don't think, that ladies are missing out any more than open is missing out.
Well,
for those reasons.
To my mind, in some respects, they are still missing out, but I do acknowledge the fact that we're getting closer. It is getting closer to being equal. That is actually a good question or thing that you pose there, Shan. I do think that Paul Canterbury has made it this way for some time, that the ladies and the open are on the same weekend.
Canterbury 8 ball, not Paul Canterbury. 2 different.
Canterbury 8 ball. Paul Canterbury is the game on the 9-footers.
Yeah.
Canterbury 8 ball have essentially mandated that these 2 tournaments are held on the same weekend, and concurrently, one of the reasons why is, I believe, so that the ladies can't play in both, because that could be seen by some as unfair, because the South Island's ladies can play in both, the South Island's ladies and the South Island Opens, but I also believe the reason for this is just because you don't have enough time available in the year, and it's quite costly to host 2 separate events. If you host them concurrently, you're not paying as much for table hire or venue hire or what have you. And also you've got to remember all this equipment that you need, like the lights and even the stream, for example, they all cost money, and you don't get that off trees.
So, I mean, are there ladies' tournaments that miss out when there's open tournaments that get coverage? This open tournaments that don't get coverage.
Chris Gary's just beaten Shaden McKenzie in that quarterfinal.
It's good to see Shaden back playing again.
It is actually. I like watching him play. Won't get to watch him play anymore, unfortunately, this tournament.
Yeah.
But just to be biased, my teammate Chris Gary is through, so we might get to see some of Chris later on. Chris is one of those players who just fires up in these tournaments. He was even saying to me before he got to the final against the self-same Shaden McKenzie in 2022 that he had never gotten past the quarterfinals of this tournament. That was his best finish before making the final 3 years ago. And then 2024, of course, at this venue against Danny Bowen, he won the final. So he is actually the defending champion. So he's still continuing his title defence here. He'll be playing Matt Fisher, by the way, in the semi-final. Adam Lilly waiting for the result between Sam Hopkinson and Jesse Eastman, who both play for the same team, both play for the Richmond Stickmen.
Your first result in the flight.
Yeah. I've just texted Richie Whitty to tell me what the score is in the Hannah and Kerry game, but he's not answering his phone.
Well, I can see him.
Yes.
That's the thing. We can both see you not looking at your phone.
Yeah. Who else
You're on
is
it
down
often
there?
enough.
Yeah. Who else is down there we can yell at?
I know Katrina's playing.
Yeah. Jordan's phone, I don't know if he's got it. Mark.
Murray Davies, perhaps? He might have a stake in this.
Yeah. Who's that sitting next to Tracy?
Jojo. Oh, Jojo. I know that Jojo will have a particular favourite for this game. Maybe she's got some skin in it. Maybe ask her.
Yeah, I don't have a number. You got it?
I can message her on Facebook.
Yep. See how we go.
Yeah, we're going real high quality here.
I don't really want to stand at the window waving my arms around, but
No.
people just think you're crazy. Because we
No, you're just confirming what you suspect to be true.
Yeah.
Corey Ross was just messaged me and said that he agrees that the ladies' final should be on TV table. I'm just going through the.
See, John Gower is standing away from the table. He was playing on table 14 or 15 earlier against Alan Robertson. I didn't see who walked up with the card. Should be in the results if we can use modern technology to update. John Gower 4-1 over Alan Robertson. Richie Whitty's just got back to me. It's 2-1 to Kerry as we speak.
Okay, so I can abort what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Right, this might actually be a good time for me to away to the lavatory.
Well, I'll get to sit here and talk rubbish on my own for a little while. So we've got Jodie Foster playing Katrina for one of the ladies' semis in the background. Jodie Chapman, not Jodie Foster, good God. Yep, for the main event flight for the ladies. They're going to see who gets to play Joanne Kirkwood in the final. Joanne cleaned up Amber James 3-0. I must say Joanne had a good run in section play. And so did Katrina, both of them top qualifier. I think 1 and 2 qualifiers or close to it, and
We're going to see John Gower.
they're both in the flight.
John Gower and Patrick Noon.
Okay, so we're going to have the main flight final on the live streaming table. John Gower against Patrick Noon. So, Patrick walking up to the table. John's just standing there talking to... Who's that? Is that not, it's not Lindsay, it's too much hair. So I'm sure John will wander over to the table shortly, let the games begin. He's just come off, so we've got to give him that.
just confirming what their final race will be.
I see Sam Hopkinson walking up to the control desk with a scorecard. Just gesticulating madly to Paul to check his spelling on the captions. Right, so John's still standing there talking instead of going up to the table. So we've got, there he goes. The games will begin.
Known.
Yep.
Only non-stickmen player in. Let me have a look. You could be right there, Daryl. Yeah, you will be right.
Yeah.
You did right. Both Sam and Jesse play for the stickmen, so you're guaranteed one into the semi against Adam. And then you'll have that same situation again.
Well, you'll have at least one stickman in the final.
Yeah. So Chris Geary, the lone player flying the flag for Cashmere at the moment.
I'm
So
not
that
100% on the race at the moment, but I've asked for the info.
well, they've been racing for the last couple of rounds in the flight, so wouldn't be a stretch to say this will be a race to 4 as well.
Well, they've gone to 5 in the main, so it wouldn't be beyond the realms of possibility that the final of the flight will be going to 5.
Well, yeah, we would have been able to do that, Causa, but we only had a game going on one table, so it was not possible to switch.
Right, so yeah, overhead that was another 1 to Kerry, so 3-1 to Kerry.
She will be, at this point, the favourite. Well, she would have been the favourite before a ball was struck in the final, because she's won this before.
Yeah. Is you still playing tier 2, Paul? Yeah, Luke? No, yes, no. Possibly 4 or 5 the way I've gone this weekend. Yeah. Yeah, the biorhythms aren't on the high pitch this weekend, buddy, whatever way you want to look at it. Okay, so John's having a look at the big ones. Yeah, I mean, that did the business in getting rid of a potential problem later, but it may have been worthwhile keeping that in the meantime. So
it would have given him more latitude to work with his other balls that were in trouble.
Yeah. Okay, that's a fairly aggressive shot for right at the start. So
It's not a bit. It's good though because it sends a message early.
yes, I
that
think
he's
that was the
willing to
intention.
actually take stuff on.
Yeah, that was the intention early, I think.
Paddy Noon plays for the Papanui Poachers, who were promoted into top grade this year in Canterbury Pole. Well done to them. They're actually holding their own too in interclub and Premier grade.
Yeah, I think they're
Doing
around
quite
about
well.
mid-table, aren't they?
They're doing. I think they are, but they're doing really well. They gave us a bit of a scare this round. The Cashmere Gold I'm talking about. We beat them 25-20, but we looked like we were in trouble at various points, so they actually did incredibly well to get close and really make it difficult for us. They've got some good players in their team, I tell you what. Paddy, one of them.
Yep.
Brad Goodmanson, another one. If you're just looking at players who stick out.
Yeah, there's a couple there too. Billy Nelson's been playing quite well too. Another one in there.
Jimmy Hall plays for one of the other Papanui teams, I think.
Yep.
He's very much underrated.
And we played them over there 2 weeks ago. I'm just trying to remember their lineup. We had a win by 1 or 2, I think, from memory. Yeah, Brad Goodmanson had a very good win that night. I can't remember who played Paddy first up. It may. I can't remember if John played. John usually plays up where Paddy does in the order, so these two may have met it in the club 2 weeks ago.
All right,
or 3
so
weeks
that's
ago.
going to be, this will be a
It's
grudge match of sorts.
Well, yes, stretching my think lump here.
Look at this, switching to play left-handed.
Something he practices.
Switching to play lefty with Graham Carr's style bridge.
Yeah.
Do you see the way he bridged?
Yes. That's something John practices.
It's definitely a good skill to have, isn't it? To be able to switch and play with your offhand. So you're having a lot of trouble with that. It's not doing what you want it to.
No. So Poachers are sitting 8th currently with 1 round to go. Hustlers 7th.
Suspect this could be a free ball.
Hmm.
It's a 7 too far past the 10. If it is, it's not, but I get the feeling that referee's going to rule in John's favour here. Because even though I know that it doesn't look like a free ball, but I bet you the 90-degree angle there, you'd be hitting the 7 before you hit the edge of the 10.
That's
That's a tight one, isn't it?
well. If you
I think that needed to still go in a bit further, but I would say on probability that would be a snooker.
well, that's so close that line is quite deceptive.
Now, if he's a trainee ref, I think he said it's not a snooker. I think he wanted that to sit, and it has. But as a trainee referee, I believe you can ask for a second opinion if you believe the trainee referee has made a wrong call. So I think Jeremy's a trainee ref, so you can, if there had been a snooker call made and Paddy had disagreed with it, now that looked quite deliberate for me in terms of giving the foul away.
Yeah.
He's basically said to John, I don't believe you can finish from here.
Well, he may not be necessarily finished here, but he's going to cause a little bit of mayhem in that corner with the 9, isn't he?
Yeah.
I'm not sure that was the best option to take there.
I do like how you can use that. The fact that you just play your own ball and it's all it ever is a combo. So you can use that to your advantage, but sometimes you don't do it at the right time and it works against you.
Okay, so John's going to take 15 now by the looks of it. Is he?
Barry Appleston's just backed up what I said about being able to get a second opinion from a trainee ref. Right, now you might be struggling to get on the 9.
Well, maybe that natural line of that white ball's between the gap, and I think it's...
Crash into them and try
No,
and
not
get
crash.
through.
No, just sleaze it through, if you can use the terminology.
Just slither it through like that. Perfect.
Yeah, that's probably a better word than
snaky. It's a snaky shot, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sneaky, snaky shot. Well played.
Yeah, that's a very good shot too.
We made sure of it too. He made sure he got out for the black. Sometimes it's worth potentially missing the pot to do that because you know you're going to be bang on it if you make it.
Yeah. I think he sacrificed a little bit of angle for being off the cushion. Yeah, nice finish there, John.
Yeah, did the needful there. That was a very calm finish.
Yeah.
Paddy's gambit did not work.
No, I'm just wondering when he did play that shot whether the double back into the 6 in the corner was on. Was it the double back the 5 on past I think it was the 11 that was close to it in that little clump. The 9 was the 9 that was the ball that was closest, the large overs that was closest to the top cushion. If the double was on, that might have been a better option to get rid of that 5 out of there than taking a punt that John's not going to pot out from there.
Yeah, I mean, it's each to their own, and the possibility that is that Patrick didn't see that, or he saw it and decided not to. I see John must be feeling a bit cold at the moment. He's wearing a beanie. I think he's one of these people who naturally runs cold in terms of body temperature.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
Sometimes-
he always wears a hat.
Yeah, he always wears a hat, or in this case a beanie. I get a personal preference, because you see some players, they'll play with a jersey or a hoodie on if the room is cold. Or a lot of people actually, like John is as well, wear thermals underneath their tournament shirts. You see he's wearing a thermal there. See, a lot of players you see wearing those. But I've never had that issue myself. I tend to run warm, so if I were to wear a thermal underneath my shirt, I'd be sweating bullets every time.
Yeah, John usually wears a baseball cap. I always assumed that he wore the cap for glare off the glasses.
Maybe he's ditched it. Maybe he's felt that this has worked in his favour. Perhaps he's using this flight run as an opportunity to test wearing headwear that's not a cap and to see if that works for him.
Yeah.
Because he's obviously knows that he can't win the championship event, but he's thinking, okay, time to do a little bit of experimentation with a part of my game that could come into the play in the future, if that makes any sense. But can I get the same or better result if I don't wear a hat?
Yeah, that's an interesting concept, that what you wear on your head is going to affect how you play your game of pool.
Well,
I can see with a cap.
It could affect your vision too. It's your peripheral vision, because you're always going to have the peak of your cap in your peripheral vision. Whereas with a beanie, that's not going to be the case unless you wear it too low.
So John's asking for a snooker here, seeing if there is a snooker on the overs.
Still going from my second. Okay, so Sam and... Are you talking about Sam Hopkinson and Jesse Eastman?
Now, I don't know if those...
Sam and Jesse playing in the other quarterfinal. Okay, no, we've got a result. Yes, we've got a result in that last quarterfinal. Sam Hopkinson has beaten Jesse Eastman 5-3, so he will move on to play another one of the Stickies teammates, Adam Lilly, in the top semi-final. The bottom half of the draw semi-final will be Chris Skerry versus Matt Fisher. So I just wonder if they're going to wait for this game to finish to put one of those two semis on, or are they going to put the semi-final on the other streaming table and the other one goes on a non-streaming table?
I think they've probably got the ladies...
Well, ladies'
flights.
final... Oh yeah, the ladies' flight's still to be played.
Yeah.
Which I think is...
There's nothing on the other stream table at the moment.
Yeah. So
I hope they do, Larissa. I really do.
Katrina and Jodie have finished over there, so...
Unfortunately, the timing hasn't worked as well for that, because this game is only second frame going out of potentially 7 frames. Because this could be as few as 4 or as many as 7 frames. It's a bit of a shame it hasn't quite worked out.
Have we got a answer whether or not this is 5 or 7? Okay. I mean, this could be 5 frames that we've got here.
Look,
Oh, it's just come through.
what? She's not too sure.
Ah,
The double
is this going to
4 out,
go? No,
it's not got the
run out
pace.
of puff. Yeah.
It's a good place to reposition it, though. It's certainly a lot better than where it was.
Yeah, I don't know. That 10 down inside it's going to cause a bit of mischief.
12 inside it could.
Ah, the 12, yeah. The other 10 plus 2. Yeah. Not if you play it like that.
Oh dear, he's gotten underneath it. Very easy mistake to make that. It looks bad when you play it, but that's so easy to do when the ball's just off the rail, is to just get under it enough to get it to leave the rail.
There's not a lot of latitude for aero playing rail shots. It's a lot easier with the 1 7/8 inch ball, because you're actually playing a pop down the rail as opposed to playing a shot down the rail.
Well, the other thing too with the 1 7/8 inch cue ball is that if you've got a ball that's if you've got a colour frozen to the rail, it's actually possible to overcut it. You would think, no, you couldn't do that. You could never do that. But because the 1 7/8 inch cue ball can actually get to further in
Yep.
to hit the rail and the ball first, you can actually get to an angle where you overcut it. Whereas this cue ball's 2 inches, the same as the object balls, that can't happen.
So I'm curious to that shot of Paddy's, whether he was trying to power that into the side pocket or he was trying to power it into the 4 and missed the 6. That was when he hit the 6. So don't know, does this 12 go inside the 4? We'll find out
I
in
would
the
say
set.
yes, it does.
It's the transition onto the 8 will be the thing. Okay, it's John trying to go here. Yeah,
Hide the sausage.
it's not like John
for
to
a
play
free
that
ball.
way.
No, it's not, but it might be the only way to play.
He's playing the triple.
Yeah, that's not advisable. I don't know why he did that. He's just made things a lot easier for his opponent there.
Yeah, the result has come out that way. I was just wondering if he was trying to play the triple and just mucked up the shot.
I don't know. Well, he's going to get another shot here, but it's not going to be fantastic. I don't think that was a percentage shot, though.
No, that was a very high risk, low.
Too fine a margin for it.
Yeah. Yeah, almost a Hail Mary.
Yeah.
Okay, so the ladies have finished. Kerry Lowe.
The problem with this, I did see that comment that you made about half an hour ago now. Q Sports are us. The biggest problem we have with the split screen is the fact that it's very difficult to track what's happening.
I mean,
You're basically trying to track 2 games at once, which is very hard to do.
Yeah.
and it's not good viewing for over half our viewers that are on their phones.
And if you're viewing from your phone, it's difficult to view a split screen.
Which half of our audience does.
Roughly half of our audience views the stream from their phone, so if you're wanting to make it more difficult for them to view, then you really are hamstringing yourself.
Careful, John. Oh, yeah. That was probably about the best result for position.
Is it going to go
That fraught
inside
with
this?
danger.
Was it going to go for the middle? Tried to go inside it. Might be a
Well,
little
I
bit
think he's dodged a bullet in several areas there.
I do understand why he tried to go inside the 4, but the execution of the shot was not very good, so he could consign himself to being second place here unless Patrick makes a big mistake.
Yeah. was pretty
a
much
few
all
balls
there. Yeah.
You've still got a few balls to play though. Nothing's ever a done deal in this game. Always percentages that things will happen, but nothing's ever a done deal.
Yeah, I think you're going to have to work hard to not finish.
That's all right.
Well, yeah,
One last.
It's doable, but
Screw the
He's-
6 out, play the
yeah.
3, one last.
he's made that a bit harder than he needed to.
You're right, but it's still very
It's
manageable
doable, yeah.
if he links up correctly. 6 to the 3 here. Just screws us back and either has the 3 in the bottom right pocket or the middle pocket to the right, then he's fine. Just needs to not snooker himself and not give himself a bad shot on the 3.
And get the position on the 3.
Well, he's not on the 3, but at the same time he's actually improved the 8 there, so 1, 3 black in the same pocket as the 1 becomes a possibility, and probably is the way to go now.
Yeah, he's
So
left
that's-
himself a wee angle for that. So,
This is fine.
yeah, I think he'll run that through to come back across, put the white around about that spot.
Has the semis started? Not yet, but I get the feeling that will be quite soon, Simon. You'll be watching this with a bit of interest,
Yeah.
especially with the players that are still available.
Oh,
He
that's
tried to play that with lots of inside, and the ball snapped the other way first. There's a bit of anger in that. There was a bit of anger in that. He needed to
Yep.
give himself a second.
there wasn't a lot of thought. It was just launched right into it, didn't he?
Yeah, well, the cue ball went the opposite way to the side he put on it the shot before. That's why he didn't get the correct side of the black. And John's just slotted that like it's nothing, and he goes 2-0 up.
Yep.
Who's left in? So open semi-finals, Chris Geary versus Matt Fisher, and the other semi-final is Sam Hopkinson versus Adam Lilly.
Yeah.
So you've got 4 mighty fine killists there. The ladies' final currently, I believe, is still going.
No, Kerry Lowe's just taken that.
Kerry Lowe has beaten Hannah Wood in the ladies' final. We'll get a score for you very soon. You're there 5 frames to 1. Well, but well done to Hannah for getting to the final. That's going to give you some confidence, especially beating Jojo Coleman along the way.
Yeah.
And then Maxine Soul and then Liz Hullen, who Maxine and Liz are no slouches either.
So John Robinson's beaten Tom McNaught 4-3 in the trophy final.
So yeah, there's only this match.
Ladies' main flight to still be played as well. Did see the one name out of that. That was Katrina McLean. And Joanne Kirkwood.
Yeah.
So that's the only match left in the ladies to go, and then it's the semis at this match.
Well, that gives you a little bit of credence to the theory that they may hold the semis for the main event because you're running well to time. You've only got the one ladies match to be played and this game, and then you're down to your championship semi-finals. And what's the time? Not even 3 o'clock. So realistically, you're going to get these semi-finals on before 4 p.m. But that's fantastic. You take that every single day of the week, especially on Sunday.
The amount of times I've been here at 9
Yeah.
o'clock still packing up.
So, he's just gotten inside that.
Yeah.
But with his cue, but it's a big tick for the format for this year.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Charming.
I'll tell him
Yeah.
you said that
No,
too.
you'll see it. It's charming either way. Yeah.
But, well, you reckon his head will get even bigger, Simon? Why couldn't you be here to play against him? Is the bigger question.
Adam's in the right headspace.
Oopsie.
He hasn't been most of this year, he was saying.
That's a good little tidbit of information to know. Paul was saying to... Adam was saying to Paul, this is Adam Lilly, to Paul Chivers before, that his head space hasn't quite been right for these tournaments. Until recently, this particular one, he's been all over though. It's getting a bit wild and woolly, isn't it? And he's possibly gotten away with it.
Probably won't be, because they'll don't have a camera like I did at the South Island.
I need to tell your friend Barry that we probably won't be streaming the prize giving. We don't have a camera.
Don't have a mobile.
Don't have the mobile camera.
Just the way this room's set up.
Yeah.
I do think, just on my previous point about the way things have run as far as timing goes, having this on 3 days over Matariki weekend for me is a big success. And you look at the fact that we have only got a handful of games to be played at the stage of the tournament. He didn't want that to happen.
No,
May not
where
be
was
as
it
free.
going? He didn't play it hard enough to go the full length, so...
It would have gotten there. I think it's just because the white got in the road. But yeah, I do think that this going to 3 days is the way it should be.
Well, that might have gone, John, if it didn't have so much pace on it.
But 3 days, I think, is the way to go for this.
Especially with the combined.
Matariki, if you can get that weekend free, do it next time around. Some people may not be able to play if it's Matariki weekend. They may want to go away for the long weekend. But, I mean, that's up to them.
It's early July.
So
it might not work with because the Masters about...
Friday the 10th of July is Matariki next year.
Masters about that time of year.
Yes, so you might be clashing with other tournaments. Look at this from Patty though. This goes.
And here, the ladies and Masters at Hornby.
Yes, they're at Hornby.
I reckon this goes.
So,
he might have ended up... Oh, I was going to say he might have ended up burgling the frame here, but he hasn't. Not just yet anyway.
yeah, so that might end up as an actual clash for the Masters. Is the dates for the tournaments next year on the Clubs New Zealand website?
We're going to find out.
We're making use of our keyboard monkey here.
Yeah. Can find all of this out. And then we can try to...
We haven't got any 2026 dates yet.
Could try to predict whether this will happen this way again.
The dates for the ladies and Masters at Papatawito is 7th to 19th this year.
Yeah, okay.
So it's likely that it will.
Yeah, so that'll clash with the...
Oh, he's just had a
fluke
massive
it.
wallop at it and he's come
Fluke.
out nice.
Yeah, and he's going to get safety if he misses the wee pot here. Aye.
He's held his hand up straight away, to be fair to him.
So it looks like Matariki is going to clash with those tournaments next year.
Don't think there was any intent on potting that. He was playing to get the split, to get the safety.
Worked.
Has appeared to have worked. Certainly, you'd think would help him. Paddy, I wonder if you would think here of trying to put the 8 onto the 14 or the 12 and just putting a cat amongst it. Or would you play aggressively and try and pot it somewhere? It's going to be a difficult pot no matter which way you play it, so you might be better off trying to play for safety.
I went for a cut. I think that might be a frame loser, that shot.
Listen, for me that's a mental omission. I don't think that shot was on, and even if it was on, you would have been better off to try and play for the safety, because these three balls all are very much on, you had a chance to close one of them down and make it harder. Drops it, yes.
Yeah.
For a moment I thought it was going to hang there and give John the middle finger, but no.
The only danger here is going in off in the bottom left, but not if you do it at that pace.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
Just needs to connect this one to a pocket. Which he does, so 3-0 John Gower.
Interesting bridge John has there. Normally your thumb goes over your finger. He's actually got them separate. So he's going into the webbing of his finger. I've just noticed it there. I never noticed that with John's bridging before.
I'm just trying to do it on the table here. Like that.
Yeah.
I thought you'd...
Thumb stuck out. I thought you'd be in there and have the...
Well, I thought you'd... Generally with your bridge, you'd normally spread your fingers, wouldn't you, to try and get stability on the playing surface.
Yeah, but
so it
having
doesn't
the
move.
thumb tucked onto your index finger, just for the wee V there for the cue to sit in, John's actually had his finger out, his thumb out, and he was cueing across the webbing between his thumb and index finger, not in the wee V with the thumb tucked in, which
Who
is
beat
more
Des?
orthodox.
He's beat himself, he wasn't.
He didn't play, so he beat
Yeah.
himself. No, he's in New Plymouth for his stepdad's wedding, so wasn't available for this tournament.
So Paddy's definitely in the box seat here. If he can pop the 6 off or do something with it, then he's in the box seat in this frame.
He's trying to get on it there. I don't think he's quite managed it though. Oh no, he can see it.
Can see it. Next shot's going to be interesting. Well, it won't be relevant to him, but he's certainly got control, a little bit of control over in that corner.
Sounds like that they are calling one of the semis out. In fact, they're calling both of them.
One on 21, so which is our backup. So if this game finishes, we will have a...
Cool. So we'll try and keep a track of the score in the
Didn't
on
go.
the game on the backup table.
Thought that looked like it was going to fall, but stayed out. Paddy will be doing well to try and get on the 7 here, I would say. Yeah, it looks good. Yeah, great shot.
Yeah.
It's going to take the massive problem out of the way now.
Now his massive problem is getting position on the 8 because he's a bit too straight there. He's gonna
Big
have to-
screw.
Well-
Miss the 11, big screw. Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
Oh, slightly awkward cueing, but still a good shot.
Ooh.
Just enough awkward cueing for him to miss. Yeah, that's true, Neil. That's possibly what led to the ladies deciding they didn't want to play the final on the stream table.
Yeah.
It's just it's personal preference. If you've ever done it before, then you'll know whether you want to do it again.
You notice what I just did there?
Well,
Yeah. So the other streaming
Yeah.
table is top right.
Yeah, Simon,
corner.
that's not fair, mate. I mean, I know you've won just about everything, but you haven't won any flight tournaments. So if you're not going to bloody...
Either put up.
what
or
are
shut
you going to
up.
do if you're not going to play a flight tournament, play a flight in a tournament and win that, then, you know...
Yeah, put up or shut up, Simon.
Yeah.
You're not truly great until you've won a flight as well. Come down to a mortal level.
Yeah. Yeah, us trophy players,
This
we've
is
got
a-
something to say about that to
big
you.
call here. Taking the 12.
Well, that's going to leave a real awkward shot on the 8 for Paddy if he doesn't get it. And it's just
big
in
call,
for all
good
money
call.
if he does, so,
big call, good call.
yeah.
Just needs to get past the centre line here. Jesus,
yeah, no,
that's okay.
It's okay. It's doable.
You're going to have to watch the scratch in the opposite middle pocket. We've seen this before on stream, and I've
Yeah.
done it myself.
You don't need to hit it that hard.
Play with some side. Yeah, he played it with some side, and it's not gone enough.
Yeah. So it's a 4-0 win to John Gower. John played pretty well. Paddy never really got into that, but he didn't sort of make any mistakes that would lead you to think that a 4-0 loss was going to be on the cards. So all power to you, John, for that one.
Yeah, I mean, you took what he was given, right?
Yep. So
So this is one of the big games. Just to remind you, all of you, that this is on the backup table. It will be scrolling across the bottom of the screen, but
yeah.
please do not ask us for an overhead view, because we cannot give you one on this table.
The only way we're going to get an overhead view is to stand up and go to the window and look down on the table.
Yes, and that's not happening. So
Well, there is the possibility that the cables reach that far and we could talk from there.
yeah, true.
They don't quite.
They don't quite, apparently. Well, we could move the table and the screens and...
I wouldn't be with how John will know how touchy this computer is when
Yeah,
it
okay.
moves.
Yeah.
All right, so our technical expert has just told us to go forth and procreate with that idea.
Yeah. No, this computer, if you bump it, you'll lose the screen.
So they've got this real cheap-ass computer that if you bump it, you lose the screens. So, yeah.
It
So
just,
how much are we paying for this live streaming when you got a computer that's delicate? Yeah. Yeah.
So this game is a race to 5, and
I'm updating
Paul's just
Yeah.
doing the update as we speak. Now then, get to see some exhibition of Q power here, you'd say, in this game. Both players very adept at using Q power in their game, but as much as that is also going to be how adept they are at using touch. Obviously Q power is one thing, but touch is another.
Ooh.
Just like that, I would say he's managed to
Yeah.
do brilliantly well to split that gap.
Yeah, we'll call that well judged, finely judged, will we?
It's like a leave off a fast bowler when the ball just misses the off stump, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe able to trim this in and re-establish that position. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you wanted it there, Daryl. You've got it.
Yeah.
So now is obviously going to be the call is whether the 9 passes the 8 to the middle pocket. Well, that isn't for now, but
Yeah. Paul's just
certainly
walked to
will-
the window. He's going to tell us if the 9 passes the 8.
my feeling is that it doesn't.
It doesn't look like it passes to the middle. No.
No. Okay, so it doesn't. It may be moot.
Well, Sam, I think, tried to get on it right then and there, and that's contributed to him missing the pot. So he's given Adam a big chance early on in this game to establish himself, like he did against Adam Shaw. He basically stamped himself on the game straight up against Adam Shaw. So this is the chance for him to do much the same again.
Yeah. It's. I mean, neither of these players are going to be intimidated by a few good shots from the opposition. So it's all about a matter of just doing the business. There's no need for mind games or anything in here.
No funny business either. The job is quite simple. It's just pot balls win.
Yep.
These guys will know each other well from obviously being teammates, but also having seen each other play in the business end of tournaments before.
Oh, not to mention club champs, etc., etc.
Yep.
And I dare say
So no-
practice sessions that mean nothing except lots and lots and lots of bragging rights.
Well, it's also the fact that you just get to play against like-minded and players and players of similar skill levels to you, you find that you become more adept at playing those players in big tournaments if you practice with them. There's no oh my god, I'm playing such and such. It's oh, okay, I'm playing such and such. I've done this in practice. It's not a big mind intrusion, is it?
So that 9 actually affected the way Sam had to play that frame. That was a nasty little oops, there.
Just don't know what's happened with Sam's score there. There's nothing entered.
He hasn't got one, has he?
We can fix that.
Okay, hang on. We're just going to fix that now. So it should read 0, which it does.
There we go.
You should
Thank
be
you,
able to
Paul.
update it now.
Yeah.
I'm just going to test that. Yep, there you go. So everything is back to where it should be. Thank you, Paul.
Yeah, so that affected the way Sam played that frame, where that 9 was not passing the 8. It
necessitated a way of playing the frame to ensure that problem was dealt with.
Yep.
Because it didn't go into the obvious pocket. That looks like a dry break.
That's a dry break.
That's the first one I've seen from him today. So you've got to take this chance. Doesn't come very often. You've got to take it, Sam.
Yep, I don't think Sam will be backwards and coming forwards and having a go at it anyway.
No, most definitely not. The 3 is going to be a bit of a tricky ball, but again, if you can deal to it early, then the rest of them basically pot themselves, so long as you can get position.
Hey, g'day Jason. You back in Melbourne, mate?
Jason Harris. Good to have you on. So there would have been a little bit of looking at how he wants to go about this. That's why it would have taken a little longer to play the shot. Just bumps the 10 away. This could give him a chance possibly to trim the 3 out.
Yeah, I don't know if he was looking to do that.
Play this with a touch of inside maybe. You could possibly clip the 3 out.
Yeah, I thought he might have wanted to play that 1 back into the same pocket, but I mean obviously that's gone now, that option.
Could try and go around this and either hit the 3 or go to the other side of it. He's played into the 3 and he's gotten a reasonable result out of that. I'm sure he'll be happy with that.
Yeah, well he's got to get onto that 4 or 1, but probably run through and get onto that 1.
Shoot through it, use that Q power.
Yeah, he might
use that timing and Q power that you've got.
Yeah, and I suspect that'll clear that 9 away from the 8 in the same time.
You just Q through these balls is what you do. Just make sure of it. He's going to play bottom, is he?
Yeah.
I think the 13 might have something to say about that.
Yeah, well, maybe. I think he
he's
can
there and
avoid
I'm
this.
here.
Yeah. Okay.
Done well so far. I just wonder if there's enough space to go just slightly behind the 10 and just poke back out for the 1 in the same corner.
Well, where are you going to put the 8 and how are you going to get into it?
That's when you trust your queuing ability, because if you've got any angle you can possibly put the 8 in the opposite corner pocket to the ones these are going in.
He's got himself out of position quite badly early in this break and he's just winging it as he goes from the looks of it.
Yeah.
The transition onto the 8, how's he going to get there? I mean, you could play this fine cut on the 1 into the bottom.
Where's the cue ball going?
Left, where's the cue ball going?
Around the table.
Yeah, so, that's not a real an option. So he's got to put it now somewhere where it's safe. And now, where's that going to be safe with the balls the way they are now for Adam? Unless you can tuck onto something where he can't see anything.
You don't. You go for it.
Yep. So
just
he's got to make
caution to the wind. You've got yourself in trouble now. Get yourself out of it.
So just any sweepstake on where the cue ball goes.
Oh,
he's not going to do that, is he?
Jesus, he was unlucky to start with. That looked like it was going in. from our poor man's view, I think that was dropping had the cue ball not intervened. And obviously after that we don't know where it would have finished, but certainly would have been interesting. That's about the worst shot we'll see him play all day.
Well, it's the worst shot we have seen him play all day, to be fair. And,
something got in his head there, I reckon. He must have just had a wee thought, oh, what if, just before he cued it.
Yeah.
That's the best thing I can think of there. Good speed control. This should go without incident. And it does.
It does.
At a rate of knots, so 1 each. Early doors to get parity when you're this early in the game is massive when you're playing against a player like Adam Lilly.
I've got to say, I think Sam was a little bit lucky in that frame.
Oh, he'll know it too.
He was winging that from way early in that set, and for him to get away with leaving that.
I'll use the racking mat. Please use the racking mat, Sam.
Yeah.
Katrina will probably be telling him this as well when she gets a chance. You need to use the racking mat.
Yeah.
It's a particular bête noire of mine when players don't do it, because you're potentially just pitting the table.
Yeah.
It seems that both players have decided that was all too much excitement.
Already. Yeah. Yeah. No, I've got to agree with you, John. Use the bloody mat. It's the last thing you want. It's hard enough getting the balls to sit on the spots now without having dead areas all around the where the triangle sits anyway. Where the rack sits, use the mat. Help preserve your equipment and tables. Respect the tables and equipment.
Yeah, it's...
should be automatic.
It is. I mean, you've got tables with mats attached. Sometimes you get tables where there is no racking mat, which is a bit silly, but that is what it is. So you just try to rack them as delicately as you can so you don't create divots in the table. Because when you go and switch balls around in the rack like that without mat, when the ball hits the table it may leave a divot, and then you go to run a ball over the divots and it changes direction. So you can just imagine what a frustration that would be if you're trying to play a slow shot over a divot created by someone who hasn't used a racking mat.
Okay, I saw the one go down on the side. Interesting little 15 and 2 on the top rail, bottom rail, 4 on the top rail.
You'd have to give the advantage to the the unders here.
Yep, even with the balls, with the ball on each of the top and bottom rails.
Would that perhaps gear you towards the 3 first?
Yes.
You take the 3 first and then try to take 2, and that cleans that problem up.
Yep.
And then you can get back down and establish a base.
Okay, so he's taking the
table.
overs, the 10 in the corner.
Ooh, that 6 has gone ugly.
That's ugly that up.
Itself up.
There's nothing much left for you now.
Well, how much does this help you, though? I know it's obviously not great looking, but it's a hindrance to your opponent too, remember? So at this point, is it your safety game that comes in? You try to play the best safety you can. No. Oh, Sam. Yeah. Feel guilty, my dude. For about 2 seconds you will.
Yeah.
But hey, you played an aggressive shot, so I suppose you do get a bit of luck go your way.
Technically it was just your turn, so, it's your turn for the fluke. Next time it'll be someone else's.
Ooh, and then it taketh away.
The wee conscience shot, was it?
No, it looked like he was perfect for what he wanted to do. He just missed the pot.
That's what I mean. There's something in the background.
Didn't get to shoot his roll.
Yeah. Just, the recalibration of the...
Re-equilibration.
Yeah, what was the word you used? Equilibration. Oh, that was delicate.
Yeah, unfortunately, just needed to get away from the 13, didn't it? The 13 was just there to hang a hand out and say, come with me. Could cut this. No, double. Oh, filleted it nicely. Found that gap beautifully between the rail and the 12 there.
So, where's he looking now? Taking the 6 down into the bottom left? Or bottom right?
Bottom right.
And either way, you're on the 2.
Probably more so if you take it bottom left. Okay, so that's not helpful to... Well, it's not helpful initially, but at the same time, the cue ball position is good.
Do you think he was trying to run that 6 onto it to get them both off there and leave the cue ball down there, and he's just missed the shot a little bit?
Possibly. I think he was just looking to put the 6 down there just to give him another worker.
Yeah.
But Sam's actually played a really good first ball.
Well, if he did that, he missed the pocket to get it anywhere near it by half a rail, and I don't usually see Adam miss balls by half a rail.
Well, it could be the same reason why he missed that shot in the previous frame, the one that we thought was open and dead to all right. See, maybe he had just a little thought pop into his head before he cued it. What if? And it was just enough to take his mind off what he was trying to do. That could have been there. What happened when he's trying to double the 6 is he was thinking, okay, where do I need this to go? What if it goes here? Well, there's no point in thinking about that because that just detracts from what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
14 goes bottom right here after the 13. So if he can wind up almost where the line would be, if you drew a line between the black spot and that middle diamond there, if he's just left of that line, he's perfect.
I was just reaching for the overhead. That was a little bit silly.
No.
Don't.
So this, for me, would be possibly just a wee stun type shot. He's tried to use his cue power there. I suspect it's not going to work out the way he planned it to. This 14 for mine doesn't pass the 6. There is a double on here though. There is a double into the other middle pocket. Oh, that was almost brilliant. He landed square plumb on the black too.
Yeah. Just fucking feet of it.
Won't affect anything. Completely closed in down there.
New angle's a good one here for Adam. Make one himself. Now he's just get down to the 2.
Apologies for the potty mouth there if you heard me. My feet are freezing with the aircon. Well, they're blaming the aircon. But, first world problem, people. First world problem. Righto.
That for me is short.
It is.
You are naturally going to run back towards the black and possibly off both short rails for the black.
It's not terminal, but it certainly doesn't make the pot any easier.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to put that ball across the front of the 14, whichever way you look at it. Oh, what are we talking about?
He's gone short. Sat right on the dot too. If there's any divot on that dot, it could take the cue ball offline here.
Passed over the dot. I think it's past the dot.
Oh, so he should be fine.
He should be fine, but
Okay.
because I saw the cue ball have a wee bobble as it went over the dip, but so it's where he's going to leave it now. I think he'll go. Is he taking the simple double on into the side, or is he going
Double
back
to the
into the
middle.
corner to leave the cue ball safe?
Double to the middle. Cue ball is just about went in instead of the black.
Yeah.
He's gotten actually a lot lucky there. I don't actually think that double back into that pocket is on.
Yeah, no, not with the 8 there. I possibly could have gone the other way. You'd have got the same result with the cue ball.
If you're Sam here, do you try to put the cue ball back into bulk like Adam's done here and leave Adam the long black and say good luck to your son? Or do you have a go? I mean, having a go is obviously very fraught with risk.
Yeah.
Is there a way that you can play a buck each way shot here, double the 14 into corner pocket top left, and get the cue ball to sit in bulk similar to where it is now, to say if I don't pot this, you've got a tough black.
Well, just play it long down into the top right, leave the cue ball where it is now. So he's, I mean, maybe not quite that far. Okay, so he's had a larrup, basically.
Well, he's tried to go inside the black, or he's tried to just miss the black. He probably thinks that it was on.
Yeah, it's a bit of a high velocity discharge for something that needed to be fairly accurate.
Jams it in. Lovely cueing.
Yep.
Don't
I think
get
Sam
those
knew he
without
was on a
cueing
hiding to
well.
nothing, whatever happened with that shot. So he gave it a bit of pace so that it might have fluked it somewhere. I think that's about the best he could have hoped with it there for the way that he played it.
Full aggression, down
Yep.
the torpedoes.
Absolutely. I mean, you could have played the strategy and try and leave it as safe as possible, but I mean, you know, the form Adams and he can pot the damn things from just about anywhere anyway, so...
Yeah, so this is why you want to take the bull by the horns, as it were, and obviously if you try to pot that bull yourself to stop giving the opposition a shot, then you're taking your matters into your own hands. But even in that instance there, you were really up against it, trying to make a pot. It would have been better, in my opinion, to play the best safety you could and say to him, if you're good enough, then you deserve the frame. If you're not, I'll have it.
Okay, big one down, 2 big ones down. And a small one.
No,
Just two big ones, yep.
Disappointing.
Dropping like flies. The big ones are dropping like flies.
I would say odds on he'll go for overs, but I mean, if he can get a good shot on the 5 here and maybe get it onto the 4 from here, there's a possibility he'll go unders. I mean, this is so much taking what the table gives you here, and
Yeah.
see, he's lining up for the 4, I believe,
Well, I
so
think
he
he's
might be
lining up
going
for
unders.
Well,
Or
yeah.
was he trying to look at a way to get into the 15? No, he's going unders, so he's obviously interested in being on the 4 at some point. And that is not what you'd expect from Adam Lilly. That, for me, is a harrowing miss, and Sam needs to get himself in here.
That's similar to the shot he missed in the frame before last, wasn't it? That sort of angle, that sort of shot into the same pocket.
Similar to the shot that Sam missed as well.
Hmm.
So it only takes a little bit of to be out, doesn't it?
Yeah.
He's going to try and...
Sam, can he try and take this off the 7?
No,
No.
just like
3.
that. These might have hamstrung himself on the 5 there, but this does cut into the corner. Don't think it passes the 12 into the middle, but it does cut into the corner. But he's overcut it, which is a bit unfortunate because he deserved a better fate. Because the first shot he played was a good one, but didn't get the fortune to be well on a next ball. He's loading this up with right for that very reason. That's a great shot. If he pots it, he's on the 14. If he doesn't pot it, as there, then he's covered the 8.
Yeah.
Played the tampon shot as it was. block a hole.
Yeah, righto, John. Potty mouth.
No, that's Adam told me that one himself.
Wow.
Hope he listens back to this and he nods in approval.
Yeah, righto.
I know you're not entirely convinced, but I like it, so that's all that matters.
Now I can relate to that.
Oh, Sam. Oh, dear. He's just tried to overstretch there and should be punished, you would think.
The ladies' flight's just finished. I'm just trying to wait for
It's going to be interesting to see how he deals with the 9, though, because the black looks like it's fairly close to the rail. It might stop him from going between the black and the rail to pot the 9, so
Yep.
that for me is screaming out cue ball needs to be on the top rail.
I think he's taking the 9 now after this. No,
He's not on it,
No, not the pace to do that.
but he will give himself a chance to be on it, because this does pass the 2 by my reckoning. Just screw back to the top rail. He touched the black with his cue, and he acknowledged it straight away. And Jesus, that could be a massive foul too, because Sam can take the 7 into the 9 here.
Yep.
Nominate the 9 as a free ball, take the 7 into it. See, now he's claimed that pocket for himself, but the way these balls are set up, he's actually a much better chance of getting back to the 7 than Adam was getting to the 9.
Yes. Yep. So the 4's still going to be a little tricky, but
Well, I don't think it's the 4 that will bother him. It could be the 6, which he's sorted
not
out
anymore.
now. It's a great shot. So deal with your problems. They don't become problems if you see to them.
What's that blue ghost emoji for? Explain, please,
I
Super
think
Tech.
it's just shock.
Oh, is that what it is?
Just shocked at something that's happened.
Ah.
Held the cue ball quite nicely there for the 2. So I'm suspecting he'll take the 2. Well, he's looking at the 5 now, but he takes the 2 and then goes either side of the 15. But he's ditched that idea. He's gone back to the 5.
I'm starting to understand hieroglyphics as a means of communication.
No, you don't want to do that.
Don't. Ah.
Well, okay. Devil's advocate, can he even see the 7
Yeah.
off a free ball?
Ah, yeah, fair enough. I would, yeah.
Can he even see it?
Yeah.
It doesn't look like the plant goes either. 15 into the black into the 7. So he's going to have to my mind, he's going to have to play a shot to get square on the black for a double.
You can't, there's no way to cannon into there, is there? From off the...
No, I don't think so. I think he's just going to have to try and pot this in the corner or the middle and try and get himself on the top rail here.
Yeah.
So anywhere he can get to on the top rail without any of those balls being in the way gives himself a shot at a double here.
Yeah, so he's lining this up to travel that white ball down there anyway.
Yep.
Yeah.
Not got pace.
Not quite.
Now comes a bit of innovation, perhaps. Does that fit through the gap for a marker's double into the middle pocket right of your screen? He's got a little bit of room there. You can see the room.
Yeah.
No top view. Top view would have shown this perfectly, but there's a bit of room between the 4 and the 5 there. Oh, he's just about fluked it. He was going for the markers, but it was quite a tight one to get through to get the potting angle off that last rail. He had to kind of cheat it as much as possible to get that angle off the side rail.
And see
if
what
you know
Sam
what I
tried to
mean.
do there is It's not bad.
This should be
She
fine.
plays that shot really nicely.
Yeah. Big swath of table to land in here.
Yeah.
Just make the pot. Big swath of table. That will do
easy.
just nicely. Oh dear, he's taken his eye off it. And he's conceded the frame, so he's obviously
Yeah. Not feeling it, is
he's
he?
not feeling it, and that last little concession of that frame tells me at the moment he's not feeling it. Because otherwise you just leave that and let your opponent play it. But I mean, that squeeze off into the rail is bread and butter really for him, and he's just Mr. Goober for me. Break a chance to immediately right that wrong though, and he's got a ball off the break. The unders would be leading at this point.
Yeah, 6 is a bit tricky, but I mean the 9's not on with it there anyway, so it's more open.
Well,
Yep, he's taking them.
Well, 3's a good ball to perhaps release it too. As long as he gets it just off angle on the 3 here, if he plays it for it now, then he can clip the 6 out and they're all on. And it's there for young and old, isn't it? Yeah, that was the shot that I always thought Adam would play in that previous frame. Well, that's the shot he tried to play and he just failed at it. There you go, now it's on. Played it well, controlled it well. So, looking likely to do the business here. He's just got to avoid that brain fade. He's just got to avoid playing a bad shot. That's still okay. It's maybe not quite what he wanted, but it's still in control. Get a chance here maybe if the 7 passes the 8 into the middle pocket, he could play deliberately for it here. Oh, he's missed another one. Oh, it's not good, is it?
No,
It's not good because that was begging for a finish, and player that good and he hasn't finished is just inviting Adam into your house, isn't it? To raid all of your food cabinets.
take advantage of the farm animals.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
No, I'm with you on that, Shan. I've made my distaste for that clear. Adam's just given this back to him. Ooh. Yeah, I don't like the concession. I don't think that obviously you can do it, but I don't like it. Because you are right. I've seen players miss easy shots before.
yep.
Wow.
Wow.
That doesn't sum up how your luck's going. I don't know what does. Really don't know what does. Because you've hit that so fine and it's actually pulled up short. Just using that drag shot to great effect twice there.
Just
This will be, I'd say, a similar type shot.
yeah.
Maybe a bit more force for the 12.
Yep. Just run through for the 15.
Or the 9 if you can't hold. It's actually gone.
Not quite enough.
Yeah, it's short, but
It's doable.
you use a 5, you use a 7 now, I'd say. Screw back into the 7.
Yeah.
Use the ball that's there to help you.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
perfectly
as
steered.
just a wee bumper. Use the table geometry to your advantage. You're a bit of geometry there. He's widened the angle for the 8 with deft bit of right. Bang, down she goes.
Yep. It's,
showing Sam how he should have done it. Because again, Sam had the opportunity to finish the frame, didn't do so, and Adam said, "Thank you very much, I'll have that."
Yeah, that's a little bit of frustration with Sam there, I think.
4-1, so it's not game over yet, Sam. You're still in with a shot, but you're going to have to get your skates on quickly, my son.
Wow, Joanne Kirkwood over Katrina McLean in the ladies' flight 4-0. Joanne's been playing particularly strongly this weekend.
Yeah, that's a great result for Joanne, actually.
Yeah.
I think that she'll be well chuffed with that.
Katrina top qualified in the ladies.
And then suffered the curse of the top qualifier and knocked out first game.
Yeah.
You could, yeah, that's definitely works into it, Shan. It may be also because just little things don't go your way and you get more frustrated than you should, and then it starts to snowball from there.
Yeah.
And you know who you...
Oh.
Wow.
I think that was a little bit underpowered, that break.
Well, it's a foul break. I mean, if you're going to make that mistake, you're best to do it off the break, because the break technically doesn't count as a shot. So all that is you just give it to your opponent.
Yeah.
But no, I think you're right, Shan. But also you've got to consider the fact that it is Adam Lilly, and he is regarded by most as a favourite to win this tournament. So you get on the table against him, you feel like you can't make any mistakes. You forget the fact that he's human. Oh, look at this.
That's bloody great pot.
Oh, look at that. Well, he's just deciding, well, now is the time.
Yeah.
It's now or never, as the song goes.
We're seeing a bit of fatigue from it being a long tournament, more mental than physical. This is over 3 days, so things are spaced out. You're not stuck here all day waiting game, and all of a sudden it's 9 o'clock and you're thinking...
It's mentally taxing though, isn't it? I know, not so much physical in this case, but mentally you're having to be on every single frame, every single shot.
Well, you'd like that in any tournament when you're playing. You can, you do the turn on, you do the turn off. But it's more spaced out without being as frantic as it is on a 2-dayer. I played on yesterday afternoon.
Sam's tried to block the hole there and he hasn't done so.
I didn't feel like it was more than it should have been or needed to be. I thought it was quite good. We went...
that's definitely right.
Stressed out.
Logic, I think. There's a little bit of that in there. It's if it works, sweet. If it doesn't, well, wasn't meant to be.
Yeah. Now...
Adam may be looking to try and get this inside it, if he can even sit it right inside it. He's just gone and moved a bunch of balls around. He's maybe a bit fortunate in his view that the 11 went where it did, because this will give him a little bit of carte blanche to play the way we know he can, with the ball that's tied up, and the fact that that pocket top left of your screen is a bit ugly. And he will be behind in the frame, you would imagine, even so, but it does give him a chance to just take some of the problems away. Just there, he's just making that ball less available for Sam.
Yeah, well, what's going to happen now? For Sam to play that, he's got to play on to the 6 or the 1, and yeah, good on you, Lee. Yeah.
Well, if it was a one-day event, it would have been because you only had the Open.
Yeah, good thinking there, mate.
You didn't have this. You didn't have the Open and the ladies concurrently. Yeah, you're right. That's a big brain shot there from Sam. Adam's just going to... He's just going to do that all day now, isn't he?
Yeah, well,
Because
Adam's
he's
going to
4-1
run out of
ahead.
balls to do that within a second. Because now that 15's going to end up somewhere where Sam can play it into there if he needs to. And the cue ball possibly up the other end of the table. Oh, well, there anyway.
Yeah, the angle wasn't there. I know what you're talking about, but the angle didn't lend itself to the shot.
Yeah.
Can he double this across? No, he's not even looking at it. I was wondering if he could have
Yeah,
doubled
there you
that
go. He's
ball
forced
across.
the combo. So
Does that plant go? It looks like it should, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it will.
well, the thing is, if
Yeah.
it does, Sam's. I mean, Sam's got a pot out now because those 3 balls are just so doable. So he needs to make sure he does the business at this turn at the table.
Does the 11 go now? Because if it doesn't, then you're going to have to get really good pos on it from here. It certainly looks... Yeah, that's fine. It certainly looked better than it was.
Yeah.
And he's trimmed it in, so this... could be a little shot back here. 4-2 now to Adam Lilly, but
Yep.
Sam's looking to get that deficit down as far as he can.
Yeah, well, the pressure's all there now. He's on the hill, so
Yeah, I mean, just to play one game in the afternoon, I do wonder if they could have made that better.
well,
But if you look at how the games have progressed today, you've got the ladies have finished first, and then you're naturally stepping into your open games. So maybe that was the idea, was to try and get that plus all your flights done early, and that's the way you do it. You play the one game for your main event on Saturday so that you've got your flight draw done,
yeah, dry break.
and then you can just start the flight anew on a different day. You're not waiting around for games.
Yeah.
The only waiting you're doing is for the ladies. So you're not bringing as much waiting into the game.
Well, last year was diabolical in the waiting department. So
They got that. I think they just got that wrong, didn't they?
yeah, just too much on at the same time. I think they only had two less tables last year too. Yeah, I think what was it? Something else was on and they couldn't use them.
That garden bar or whatever they call it.
Well, I remember 2022 when they played this here. They played, all the tables were out into where the restaurant is. Do you remember that? Because you couldn't use this space that they're in now.
Yes, that was a couple of years ago,
Oh,
wasn't
Adam. Oh,
it? Yeah.
seems it's not restricted to the one player.
Yeah, that's right. We used the restaurant, didn't we? That was odd. Mind you, the seating was good round the periphery of the tables.
Yeah, you could sit in the upper part of the restaurant and watch,
Yeah.
but it allowed no opportunity to stream because there was no place to set a stream up. Sam's just tried to flick the 5 out and hasn't managed it. He's just trying to flick the 5 out to give himself another shot.
Yeah, well, there's plenty there still, so the 2's there.
Don't want to at this stage open that 11 up if you can help it. It's a bit early in the frame for that.
So is he just running that 3 in there, is he?
Yeah, I mean that's not too bad because the 11's still covered.
Yeah,
So
is he giving
Adam's
him the
never
free
going to
ball?
get.
Is he giving himself giving a free ball away there?
Could be. That could change the complexion if he has. Maybe not.
Don't know if...
Okay, that's an interesting shot.
Maybe he did have the free ball and he took the one.
Maybe that was his way of trying to get rid of the one. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so now moving into a very fascinating piece of play, because you're going to see a bit of tactics here, I would say. Score in the other semi, I'm sorry, I can't tell you that, Mike.
No, our runner's just sitting there on his phone, not doing anything. Oh, hang on, no. He's just reaching out and giving me a clip around the ear. Well, it's a half a ball width off being a very good shot.
So be happy with that being there.
Yep.
I mean, he's left Sam distance. He's basically telling Sam, if you want anything to do with this, you're going to have to be very precise with it. I mean, the black's in the worst place it could be, so maybe Sam's looking at trying to play the 6 off the rail or into the black and make the black available.
I wouldn't be pushing the 6 over there at all.
Well, he's tried to, tried to clip the black out and make it more available, but
putting
he
the
hasn't
6
done
the
it.
other way, yeah.
So he's almost sacrificed the 6 there to try and make the black potable.
That is a horrible mess in that corner, and
I would say there'd be a referee over fairly quickly. And now, even more so now that the black's more tied up. If I'm refereeing here, I'd be getting over there quick smart for this.
well,
Because there is a very real possibility that this frame could be stalemated. Oh, look at this. He's just
there
trying
is
to tighten
now.
the screw, isn't
Yeah.
he? There's not really much else to do here for Adam. You just try to kill this frame off. I mean, this frame is just so ugly. Yeah, I think the players are almost understanding of the fact that it's working towards a stalemate. So I think they're going to get the referee over just to look at this.
cat's there.
Cat sniffing all around this.
Was that intentional?
Yeah, no, it was. Yeah, see, the
Adams.
players,
They're
they're
playing.
basically saying, well, this.
Yeah,
They're basically playing it out to a stalemate, which is, is fair, right?
it's such a nasty situation.
Tacit understanding that this frame is not playable in its current form. Yeah, see, the players aren't even. It doesn't want that to go enough, but
No.
the players aren't even really looking at what they're doing. They're just knocking balls around. So, yeah. So this is. Well, if he tries to pot a ball here, which he hasn't. Yeah. See, you're continuing on the theme.
Yeah.
Now. At what point do you step in as a referee and say that it's a stalemate, though?
Well, it's still.
It is all up to referee's discretion, this, isn't it?
Yeah, well, there's still scope for advancing the frame. But
For Adam's sake, there is, because you've got a ball near a pocket at the other end of the table, and
well, that 15's your saviour, sort of.
okay, so it's not going to be that way now because he just
No.
potted a ball. He's just potted a ball, so that immediately snaps us out of a string of shots where there was no attempt to pot a ball or advance the frame. Highly subjective, of course, to the referee. This should be okay. Well, that's dirty. That's a dirty shot, that is, isn't it?
Yeah.
That could have so easily gone wrong, that actually, but he's managed to avoid that.
Oh, has that got the legs? No, it hasn't. Okay, that might be the one that's going to open this up.
Well, he's got control over the pocket to the left, so
Yeah,
would it be wanting to try and pot that one? And
yeah, 11, 14, 1
yeah,
plant.
yeah, and then you give yourself a wee channel for the other ball. In
Yeah.
this case, probably the 11 to follow through it.
Yeah.
So if you go this way towards that pocket, then you may pot the 1, leave yourself the 11 through the gap.
That 14, 1 directly and just blow it out. So you're going to blow the 11 out. Do you want to leave that in there?
Probably leave it in there, to be fair, because you've got more control over where it is, and you've got your other balls to play on if it goes wrong.
Oh,
That's not worked out very well,
no,
has it?
it hasn't. That has not worked out well at all. That needed to be played with a little bit more authority than that, didn't it?
Sam's just going to try and put this on the rail. Oh, I think he tried to put that on the rail. You could just smush it in there and maybe play for a free ball down the line. Hello.
Hello.
I think he wanted that to pull up and it hasn't.
So this is back into it.
Well, this is so ugly now that if you're going to play the 6 and maybe thin the black onto the 13, I mean, it's possible to play a carom here, 6 first and then black onto the 13, or even just do that, and now
Do
you've
that.
got the pocket.
Yeah.
So you'd say now that this is Sam's frame to lose, right? And now from here, do you try to smash these all out? Because ideally you want the 4 and the 3 to leave that space. But you want to pot the 1 and the 4 and the 3 need to get the hell up out of there.
Yeah.
If you can maybe play 4 rail first, clips the 10 into the 1, pots the 1, and the 4 and the 3 go together. Okay, well that's not worked out.
That's not worked out good.
It's amazing because you would have expected that one to go. It was almost
Yeah.
dead bang on that ball, but he's obviously they weren't right on top of each other. There was a bit of a gap for that one to pull up short.
This is quite intriguing, this little frame, isn't it?
It
We've
is.
gone from threats of a stalemate to right back to total change of fortune in a frame for owning corners. It's a complete swap around.
They have NRG Sushi, and also Richmond won the teams event too. It's used 4 players. I don't think he wanted that to fall.
No.
Oh, this
So
could have swung the pendulum back Sam's way. That
Maybe. So just to nip out and put that in there, yeah.
leave him right on top of the 10 here, perhaps.
Well, all he has to do is play into the 1. He doesn't need to play across it.
He's playing slightly across it.
Ooh.
I think he just thinned the 1.
Well,
I think he
so.
just thinned it. If he has, then it's a fair shot. And obviously now the problem becomes that the 6 is closed off. But I mean, he's got complete control of this frame. But again, you're going to have to play the long game here. The long waiting game.
Yeah. Sushi of the Stickmen dominated the tournament. Well, yeah.
Absolutely.
3 out of the 4 in the semi-final, it does, but then again, Stickmen's an artificial construct, so you've got the individual players. Now that's just going to lead back to me with the concept of what do you have? Do you have all of the best talent in one team playing in an inter-club competition, which is fine for...
Oh, lovely. Wait.
which is
excellent
it's all
control
good
of
if you
that.
want to have everyone together and you win everything, which is cool. All power to you for that. But all those players in that team, I'd rather be playing the best and competing against them than playing with them and winning everything all the time. I'm more of a fan of having the talent spread.
Yeah.
So yeah, you could say yes, they've dominated, but like, is that the best thing for the game overall? So
Well, they've still got to all individually play well enough to get into that position. Because 6 out of 6, the top 16 were stickmen players.
Yep.
That still left opportunities for there to be far fewer than 3 out of 4 in the semis. So they've obviously done more than well enough to get to the semi-final stage, 3 out of 4.
Oh yeah, I mean it's no debating that as far as the tournament goes.
Pure
But
power there.
it's just the fact that they're you reckon
Try to do
Marcus?
two rails and try to put the 3 somewhere near that cluster
Yeah,
of balls. Obviously not directly because the 15's in the way.
yeah,
Okay, use the 15. Well, because if you can get it somewhere near there, then you give yourself maybe a chance to play the ball
Yeah.
towards it again. Just okay.
yeah.
I think he's left a chance here. I reckon can Sam see the 6? Does the 6 poke out from the 14? Because if it does, this is a chance.
Yeah,
Because I think the black's on.
simultaneous contact is fine if that black's on under the 14 as well.
You need to get Cat over to watch this. This looks incredibly close. I think Adam's gaffed here. I think he's made a mistake. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
he's
yada
right.
yada yada. Yeah.
Now then, do you have any angle whatsoever on this? Because if
Well-
you're straight, you could be in trouble.
Well, if he's going there, he could take it down into the corner if he's
Could
going to
do.
do it. I mean, if you're straight, how far through can the white ball go? You've got a gap there. But look, he's eyeing that up to see how far.
yeah,
It
that
might be too straight for him.
tells me that he's not got much to work with, so
Yeah.
he's just got to get the pace right.
Yeah, I don't think that's enough.
I think that's short. Well,
Yeah,
that's certainly going to get a ref interested. I don't think that pokes out enough.
no, you'd go across
You
the
may
cross,
have to go across the
oh,
rail
yeah.
and just hope you get a contact.
Yeah, yes.
This is... The 10 looks like it's further away from the rail than it looks on our screen. So it looks like it's about 1.5 balls off the rail, which does give you a chance to channel the cue ball in there.
Yeah. No, that's a foul.
no good.
Yeah,
Unfortunate.
that's it.
That is all she wrote for that semi-final. Adam Lilly into the final.
Yeah, unlucky there, Sam. That was good fight in that frame. That was a topsy-turvy one, that one, wasn't it?
Oh, most definitely. I mean, that frame had everything, didn't it? I mean, we thought for a moment there that we were going to see a stalemate, and then it wasn't, and then went back to being a stalemate. You see the love between the two players, though, which you absolutely want to see.
Yep.
Teammates, good
Oh,
mates
they're
off
both
the
good
table.
men. They're both good men anyway. You stuck in the seat, John. Was
No.
it that exciting?
No, it's so exciting I need to go to the toilet.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Right, so I assume we'll be a few minutes away from seeing the final.
The other game's still going.
The other game's still going. We've got no score. Might get a score update while... Righto. John's going to do his business, then do our business. Yeah, so this comes back to the comments here with Sushi and the stickmen, and Cashmere Gold to a certain extent as well. You know, do you want your top talent conglomerated in the same place, or would you like it spread out a little bit? Do you want all these top players playing together and not playing against each other, or are you quite content to have two teams dominating all the time? It's a perennial question. You could extend that. I mean, crikey, the Crusaders' legacy, pardon the bloody thing if you're a league fan. The Storm, Melbourne Storm, maybe, you know. Yeah, how much do you want to see that happening? Does it matter, even? But anyway, it's certainly exhibiting a little bit of parochialism with the clubs and teams, which is, you know, fine in itself as well.
(4-2) to Matt.
Okay, so we're looking at 4-2 to Matt Fisher over Chris Geary. Looks like they're starting to pack up all the tables.
It'll be nice. They won't be here till 9-10 o'clock tonight doing it.
Yeah.
There's the tables, there's all the lights, the camera gear, there's cables around the place.
So we've got tables, lights, camera gear, all the stuff around the place. Yeah. It's easier to get the tables in and out here. Just open the door up down the ramp and out the door. Hopefully the weather's not too crap out there.
It's supposed to turn, so hopefully they can get it done before.
Hopefully it's going to get done before the weather turns to complete rubbish. There's still a reasonable crowd here. The usual faces, I've got to admit, though. Yeah, so Daryl, Maddie's 4-2 up last we heard. 3-day tournament tiredness. Oh, yeah, you might have to come in for a game, but I mean you do that if you're playing post section, and you know you come in for a early for a flight game and play awful, and then you got to play for the trophy flight and play awful in that, and then you head home. After 2 games, you've been there for 3 hours, 2 matches. Right, there's sort of applausey stuff going on down there, so I'm guessing that Matt's just won that last frame. So Matt Fisher, Adam Lilly in the final. At a guess without confirmation. So I'm just going to head off to the little boys' room before we get into the final.
Yeah, or you could just sit over there and try and call it from there.
Trying to describe
Yeah,
where the
you're on.
balls are. Yeah, righto. Back into it. I've just untethered the cord so we can watch over the Matty Fisher Geary game, which is still going. It's misinformed before when it was told it was 5-2. It's actually 4-3.
I'll actually go downstairs and watch it. Unless, of course,
So you can't see the table because I can bore you with a description. It's not quite like rugby where you're passing down the left wing, kicking to the right. There's a couple of nasty clumps of balls. It's a fairly even looking frame. Maddie's on overs. So she's fairly even by the looks of the distribution. Couple of nasty ones both ends. Sort of picking overs, which are Maddie's. Chris is up against it in this frame, to be fair. This is hopeless trying to describe this without seeing, so I'm going to be quiet and go away.
Hey Charlotte, are you still there? Have you had your child yet? I ask 100% honestly, because I've not heard anything, I've not seen anything. Just 42 weeks pregnant you would be if you haven't, so... Or are you just keeping that on the DL at the moment? Yeah, no, I did actually say that before as well. Bow and Arrow, his father-in-law is getting married, so obviously it's a big deal to Chrissy, being that person being her dad. Is getting married, so decided to go to New Plymouth for the long weekend to be at that wedding.
Why did you switch to that?
Starting in a couple of minutes.
Well, at the moment there's no one in the room.
Oh, okay.
That's why I've left it on that.
Where's everyone?
You're getting told off there, Paul. Hope you guys don't actually mind us talking a bit of rubbish before the game starts. It just hopefully lightens the mood a little bit. But yeah, we are at the final stage now. The final will commence in just a few minutes' time.
Yeah, we're getting international texts asking when things are happening. Jason Harris from Melbourne.
Aaron Happy, good to see you watching as well.
Yeah, didn't see you play this weekend, matey. Not like you to miss a tournament.
No, you're normally all in, aren't you? You're all for it. Because you see the people's walking around here just trying to get the tables ready to be moved away. Because obviously, you see Murray there just walking across your screen, one of the people most involved in organising this event from an administrator's point of view, and that's Glenn Ziano, just sort of
using
look at the camera here.
Using the high-tech safety equipment to get up over the table.
But I do want to actually shout out, whilst there's nothing going on, I want to shout out to all of the people on control. You've got Tracy Andrew, who is the #1 head honcho, or head person in charge. Then you've got Kerry Lowe, who's been a very able support to her, who, congratulations for winning the ladies' final, by the way. And Kat McKenzie,
Again.
who, whilst playing, also refereeing and helping out on control, so doing basically three jobs at once, in a sense. And then you've got everybody else who has done some work for the control team, or at least helped this tournament to move as smoothly as it has. And Jojo Coleman, of course, has a fairly large stake in how these go, because of the fact that she's not only on an organisational committee herself with the Super League, but she does also help with control in these as well. And then you've, as you can see going on, you've got the helpers as well, like Murray doing double duty as a helper there, trying to get the tables squared away so that it's easier to get them packed up, or taking all the peripherals off. But these are the people that you don't tend to see a lot of. Obviously you watch the players play, you watch the referees, who deserve their own round of applause for how they conduct themselves, how they sacrifice their days to referee tournaments for not much more than just a well done. And I know that the players definitely have most of the players have the utmost respect for the refs, because they do such an important job. And especially with this rule set, you do need referees, and you cannot be... You cannot actually have a tournament like this without referees willing and able to put their hands up to say, well, I'm going to spend 10 to 12 hour days to actually referee a tournament or to help in whatever way I can.
Yeah, the rule set doesn't allow no refs, so you need that commitment from that group of people as well. It's not just simply a matter of having a bunch of tables together and waving some paper around saying you go here, you go there. You need to have all the organisation and behind it, and the amount of work that goes on that people don't actually see when they play in a tournament. It's quite surprising.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's not just like you click your fingers and everything pops up. There's an awful lot of worker bees and worker ants that have to assemble to make it so. Shan, I didn't obviously see every single ball of that, but I did hear about it, and that was something that I'm not sure you'll ever see again.
Well, if the
Ko Ping Chung is an absolute freak.
The alternate break scenario didn't apply, obviously. So
yeah, no, it was winner break.
Yeah.
So yeah, you win, you stay at the table. But also the fact that you've got to pot a ball off the break all 11 times and then have a shot on and then execute the run out. So there's a lot of different skills that you need for that to be possible. So it was obviously great to see players be able to do that. I mean, will we see that in this game with either of these players going on a tear and not missing the ball? You would think unlikely, but they're both in the finals, so you'd never discount it completely. So I think Kat McKenzie will be refereeing the final. You see her walking towards the stream table, which is far right of your screen. Matt Fisher, the second of the two combatants to make the table.
no, she's planting herself in a chair. So
Okay, so she won't be refereeing the final, so I'm guessing this will be up to Ronnie.
Yep.
Ronnie is the senior most referee on the panel, so I'm guessing that responsibility will fall to him.
Yeah, it's Chris Geary, very unlucky in that final frame.
Just talking to Matt. Yeah, there's Matt Lee as well, who's obviously a big supporter of the game, plays it himself. Does like to do a little bit for control as well when he can.
He was the one that set the tables up this weekend.
He was one of the big worker bees who set the tables up, in fact, so
He made sure they were all level and whatnot.
levelling them and just making sure that they were all fit for play. So that in itself is a big undertaking, because you've got 24 discrete units that should all be much the same, but they never will be, so you try to make them all play as much the same as you can. Would I be wrong in saying that?
No, not at all. There's variations in floor, table.
Phil
bloody
Bailey,
everything.
good to have you on, Phil, all the way from
Oh,
Takaka.
yeah. Right, Adam to break.
Let's get into it. We've got a final, folks, and this looks like it's a successful break, except for the cue ball going down. So, Matt Fisher, all the lollies are all yours.
So 9-13 looks a little awkward, but nothing irredeemable. Matt's taking the small ones.
Maybe because of the fact that you'd have to do some
Yeah, but of work
finagling.
there, and everything's there for the half the work's done for the small ones anyway. Well, not half, 1 out of 7.
Just wonder if you're going to see him start to speed his play up as well. Because there was a number of times where he was asked to, basically, you need to get and play your shot. You got 10 seconds.
Okay.
Can sometimes be a slow player, especially in these tournaments, and
So that falls
that
on
sort of thing does
us
attract the
there.
referee fairly quickly. Nothing doing there, but he's maybe a little lucky that that's sat in front of the 10.
There was a sort of dare I say it, a casual shot, because the position was fairly sort of average there as well for the next shot. But yeah,
Yeah, I mean, it did look a little bit that way. Sometimes that could have been exactly what happened, though. He was basically told you got 10 seconds, so he had to play the shot. Didn't want to use an extension this early in the frame, so he just got down and played the shot. Oh, that's a lovely
That's
first
lovely.
ball, though. Adams
Yeah.
immediately onto the trouble ball, or one of them anyway.
One of them, yeah.
He was originally looking to try and be straight-ish on the 15 to develop the 14, but he's moved away from that, decided that he can do it again at some point. The 14 does go down the rail too, so it's not like there's only one way to skin that cat.
So do you just run through, use the 11 to give you the angle for the split? Would you do it here? He's trying to do it here.
Tried to do it there, didn't he?
Yeah.
But he knows that he's still got options even if he misses the split. So
Yeah.
14 down the rail now is obviously not what he would have envisaged, but at the same time he'll know that if he can just drop this in nicely, he should be on angle for the 11 for that same shot.
Yep. Yeah, without having to put as much work into it.
Exactly. Not the way he drew it up, but he can make it work. Although
that
not
was
on this occasion.
No, not off that.
I wonder if he might have just cued across that slightly, because you get underneath the ball like that, it's usually some sort of cueing problem rather than you not lining it up the way you should.
Yeah.
So for me, definitely, if you cue across that, then you're going inside the ball, or the cue ball going inside the object ball, so you overcut it. Tried to bite a big bit of pocket off there and ended up biting too much off.
Yeah, 14's looking suspiciously like it's going to be visiting inside that 4.
Yep.
And that'll bring that cue ball around quite nice for that.
Not got enough weak
Not
backs.
quite enough. It was very, very good line.
Well, it was going in if he'd hit it.
Yeah.
He was just trying to stop the cue ball there, because you can see the angle's perfect for the split.
So Maddie's going to take advantage of that. Those 2 balls there. I think there's a easy clearance for him on here.
Well, should be, shouldn't it?
Well, it's easy from here, I'll put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, it should be simple. You've got a lot of table to cover here, and
Yeah,
he's done
that shot has made that very simple.
a very good job of actually controlling that so he doesn't get too carried away. Should be a run through here if he's straight enough. I just want to get overhead here.
Yeah, he's to be careful he doesn't get himself into mischief by that's nice.
Yeah, he's
Yep.
just taken his medicine there. It's not got any worries at all. He knows he can pot this and back himself all day.
It's on his natural hand too, so it should be good. Yep. Well,
First frame to
first
Matt
blood
Fisher.
to Matty Fisher.
So the underdog, as most people would have called it, is the one to draw first blood. And you see Adam there with that ball just running it across, similarly to how he would have played the double, trying to maybe gauge the pace of that, either the rail or the table there. He's obviously was short, so he's thinking, okay, is it the table that's running slow, or is it the rail that's dead? Because he might need that knowledge for later on in the match if he has to play off that rail.
Yep.
Because if the rail's lacking in speed, then he'll know he'll have to give it just a little bit more if he's playing off it, as opposed to the table being slow, where you just give it more pace to let the ball actually track down the table.
This there shouldn't be temperature issues really. So we'd be looking at age and condition.
It's reasonably warm down there, isn't it?
Well,
I was just down there before, and it is quite warm, so you'd think the tables would be playing roughly as quick as you'd
yeah,
any other time in the day.
yeah. So obviously small ones are the go-to here. I think that one's on for the cut.
One's on for the cut. You'll want to try and avoid the 11 if you can. And he's wanted to get on the 3 there. He's short, but he still has a plant if he wants it.
Or take that hairy shot on the 2. Plant
Not
it
yet.
is.
Take the plant.
Not a problem.
Generally is very good at plants and combination type shots. It's a massive strength of his, in fact. Oh dear, that's not on his bingo card.
No, I mean it's not fatal or dangerous or anything, but it does take away your worker and a little bit of protection for later if necessary. The this is the shot that'll determine what's happening here.
Lovely play.
Lovely play.
He's got the bank on here if he has to leave himself roughly in line with that 9. Then
Yep.
he's got a bank. It looks like the black actually passes the 15 as well,
Yeah.
so all he needs to do is get himself nice and square to the 3
Yeah, he's
for
got
a
a
bank.
Yep.
If the black doesn't go, then he can give himself just a trace of angle so the natural double takes the cue ball into the black to move it.
That's probably not as helpful as it could be unless you can see past that 15.
Does it bank the other way? I actually think it does. He can hit as much of this as he can. He can
Yeah.
actually make this bank the other way.
He didn't think so, so discretion being the better part of valour in that case. It's not a bad safety at all, is it?
No, he's played that really well because he's gone from basically 100% aggression to 100% tactical in one shot, and that is quite a difficult skill to have.
Yeah. Okay,
That's a
Run
very,
through.
very hard shot to play.
yeah, it is.
You have to really bite into that, and it needs to come back towards your cue, and you need to get your cue out the way. There's so many things that need to go right for that to work.
Okay, so we're looking at 9 across the table for 3 into the top left.
That's the way I'd be doing it. Although
Oh, it's
he's almost looking like he's going to play the 11 here. I'm not sure why, unless he doesn't like the angle on the 9.
is he playing the 3 down the rail?
He is.
There's a sign of confidence.
So that was false confidence. I
Yeah.
genuinely don't get that. You had a
Right.
free ball, or presumably you had a free ball. Why would you not take it?
Yep.
Get yourself a better shot on the 3. That is makeable, but not as makeable as it should have been.
Yeah. Yeah, 2-0 in a race to 5 in a final.
Oh, Adam, dear, that's a massive miss.
And it looks like you might head up that way anyway, because that 8 will go inside the 11 by the looks. Or it'll go straight into the other corner pocket. There's options galore there, to be fair.
Just wonder if Adam might be fading slightly, because he said that he felt like he was second best against Sam in terms of how he was playing, as Matt gets second frame to go 2-0 up.
Well, that's an interesting comment. It's sort of really...
Well, I was talked to him very briefly before, and he reckons that Sam actually played the better pool out of the 2. Obviously, we would say that's not quite right, but in terms of how you feel about your game, you are the best judge of your own game. So we can say what we want up here, but it's up to the players as to how they feel like they're playing.
Well, I mean, to be fair, we sat here and watched all of those frames and we were talking through, analysing them as we go. The first 3 or 4 frames, Adam was all over him. I mean, Sam came back and Adam struggled in that last frame. That was that back and forth one that, finally...
Sam had I think Sam had big chances in 3 out of those 4 frames.
Yep. Yeah.
3 out of those first 4 frames, he really, for me, should have been 3-1 up. He just blew a number of opportunities, wound up 3-1 down and then 4-1 down. And then it looked like he was threatening to come back, and that really tight frame at the end, he couldn't quite nail it down. So Adam will feel more like he was let off the hook rather than he won that game outright, and that's certainly what he told me. So, as opposed to the game against Adam Shaw, where he won that one outright because he just cued everything so well, he barely made a mistake. See, there he goes making mistakes again. See, that was not the Adam Lilly that played 2 games ago.
That can't have been his final then.
No, I don't think it definitely wasn't. He certainly played it like it was, but the game against Sam, he actually made a number of uncharacteristic mistakes, and he wasn't made to pay for them as he should have been. Now, a player is like Matt at the moment. He was 4-2 up in his semi-final. Chris got it back to 4-all, and then ended up losing the last frame because he fouled on the black.
Yeah, basically snooking himself.
He snookered himself on the black, so Matt will feel like
a good shot. That was deliberately off the cushion onto the 14 to go in.
Matt will feel like he's been let off the hook, as opposed to that he really, really got out and won that game. So he'll be feeling a wee bit fresher about how his game is going, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. So, you can see he's trying to get that split on those that group of 3. So
saw the chance, tried to take it, couldn't quite get through to it.
Yeah, so
wonder at what point
do it off the 2. I mean, you really want to be looking at getting that 2 out of the way, so you've got your last 2 balls up the same end of the table. Okay, he's just going to trickle that over. Well, that's good, making use of the double kiss for that sort of angle.
Yeah, that's another thing he's incredibly good at, is he's very good at using the table geometry to his advantage. He used the ball well there to kind of hold it.
So that 10's not on past the 15, is it?
Doesn't look like it is. No. If there's any separation, that'll be on.
Yeah, I reckon that could be. So he obviously thinks it is. If it isn't, it's going to be sitting in front of the pocket. Yeah.
Might have pulled up a hair short, that.
Yep.
See that view there? Tells me there's a chance the 5 fits in there. Sorry, the 7 fits in there.
Yes. And we'll find out in about shot after this, I suspect, because it makes sense to come back across the table past the 11, whack that in there and get that split on the 8 while you're there. Not behind. Yeah, that's pretty
great.
much about
that's perfect.
it. Yep.
That's perfect. Gives him the angle to go into the 8-15 as well.
Yeah. Just don't put the 15. Oh, he didn't want to do that. Okay. Now where are you going to go?
Off into the 15 and try to kick the 8 onto the side rail. I reckon that's the play.
Yeah, you don't want to sneak yourself.
Make sure you give this enough to get it there, and make sure you give this enough to get the cue ball away from the 15.
Yeah, he's going to put a bit of larrup into this. He has to. He can't just do this with sort of, what the hell do I know?
Well, so, harder, better than softer. He's wound up having the black the same side as he
That was so clean. That just does the business so clean. That was beauty. If he'd come off the cushion and clipped that and that, he could have been in deep 2s.
Oh, it didn't want to go. It did not want to go.
Had a good look.
It did. It was a very fine cut, and I thought he played it about as well as he could, but it didn't quite fall. And I mean, Adam will feel like he's been let off the hook there.
So
he should be 3-0 down, but he's still at the table 2-0 down. do you go again with this though? I mean, you've got a number of balls that are ugly. Out for the either the 9 or the 13. You'd guess the 13.
Yeah.
Guess the 13 as long as he can get that good queuing back that we know he's got. No, it's just his queuing's just been
it's not there,
average, hasn't it, in this game? It's been found wanting. And Matt's in a mood, so look out. 3-0 Matt Fisher.
Yes, so Super Tech go the underdog.
Well, the underdog is very much...
Sorry, just had a bit of a technical issue we need to talk about. No use of swear words. So, yeah, it's a bit of a delay down there. John's just going to have a quick look to see what's going on. A bit of a delay, looks like a toilet break. Yeah, we'll see, Greek. Is he good at turning him round? Race to 7 for the final. Mania. Debatable. 6. Yeah, race to 6 could be. Okay, I saw a big one go down on the top left. Much of a muchness for taking a set there. Possibly the overs. Better start. And looks like Matt's nominating that for the 15, is he? Or the 3, he's taking the 3. Okay. And pretty much not really in position straight away. I think the one's on the side, but it's very awkward queuing and a very tricky shot when they're that close together to get that sort of accuracy.
Seems I haven't missed much, which is
no.
good for me anyway.
Matt got a big one off the break and took a small one and is straight out of position. And straight back into position.
What a rescue that is.
Yeah, great shot. That's certainly the shot of someone that's feeling it.
I actually think I'm with you on that, Mania. I reckon this should be a race to 6.
Yeah.
But maybe the option was given to the players and they decided to keep it as a race to 5. I know sometimes the tournament control will do that. They'll say to the players, do you want a race to 5 or a race to 6? And the players might say, keep it at 5.
Yeah.
And you respect that as a tournament controller.
Yeah, they're the ones that have been here all day doing it. They're the ones, with the tournament controller using all the mental energy. So it's not unreasonable to let them make a call what they want to do with it.
It's interesting to see where the 6 goes here because these aren't 100% lined up for a plan. That 6 is naturally going to want to go to the top rail So
it's,
can you incorporate that into this shot?
yeah, that's not badly done.
That's certainly workable, isn't it? If you play this with a bit of inside English, I know he played it the other way.
Yeah,
With a bit of inside English, he might have just snipped the 10 and given himself a shot on the 6, but this is probably even better. Not involved the 10 in any way, he's instead using that open space well to give himself a better shot on the 6.
could still cause a little bit of mischief if he doesn't play it quite right.
Oh, that's unfortunate, because all he had to do was pot that. All he had to do was pot that with where everything was going.
Yeah.
He was always going to be on the black.
Yeah, and this gap inside that 6 for 10 and 12 now as well, so it's not performing any huge service there after something goes in there.
That's well short, though.
If the 10 was
Jesus.
the next shot, that's well short. Either way, it's awkward bridging.
I can guarantee you this is not what he wanted to play. It's not what he wanted to play.
No.
He's been awful at that shot all game. Why would you want to keep leaving yourself at? He's missed his pos by a long way there.
Yeah, it's debatable whether that's what he wanted to leave himself. I think he was trying to come across for that 10, to be fair,
He's never,
and maybe get the split
never
on
wanted
those
to leave himself
15-9.
that.
So 13-9. So yeah, yep.
It's a shot that he's not made a single shot like that all game. He's made them earlier in the day, but it's deserted him at the moment. So
Yeah.
why you'd want to leave yourself that, I'll never know. Oh, he just leaks the black in, so that was as a free ball. So it comes back.
Yeah, so he's pretty much got the same shot as he had before.
Just going to have to pop off this top rail here.
Yeah, just do it the simple way this time. He's obviously backing himself.
Yeah, well, all he needs to do is really get a good cue on this, and he's got through
Yeah.
nicely, so he's already on the hill. Would you believe it? You can guarantee that people would not have seen this one coming.
Yeah, I don't think Shan would have put $10 on that.
No. He would have been looking for a healthy return, though, if he'd
Yeah.
done this, and then Matt goes on to win. Adam's going to have to sort himself out right quick here, because this has been a very puzzling display. He's just had absolutely nothing in this game. He's had chances, but he's just been way off-paced. More than I've ever seen him in any match. Did he get one? Did he get one?
No.
I don't think he did.
No,
I
it's
don't
dry
think he
break.
did.
Dry break.
I think that's why you just heard that noise in the background. Bit of frustration there. I would very much say you should be watching him play more, Shan, because if he's in a mood, he's just
Yeah.
so fluent. Oh, he is. When he gets
On
a
his
hold of
day.
it.
Yeah, on his day. So he's taken small once. Wow.
Well, he's just got no fear. I mean, the way he generally plays when he's playing his best is just no fear.
Yeah.
Nothing phases him. And he's got the ability to add and subtract if necessary. If he's in trouble like he was there, he just makes a play like that. Because some players, you find they struggle to get out of that pot everything mode.
Yeah.
Especially the players who definitely can pot. They just keep trying to do it that way and it doesn't work.
Yeah, no, he has won the odd one here and there. None of the major ones, as far as I know, though.
How about this though? That needs to go.
That was a
would have
good
been
effort.
Some effort if that had made it over the bin.
Yeah. So we've got those 2 and 3 are going to be a little bit interesting to get rid of. Oh, they won't be after this shot.
He's made a few. Was on.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
So
Bit of an ugly lot of balls around that top right quadrant
Yeah.
of the table.
it's going to look a little bit better in a sec, because I think that 2's going in off the 11.
Good pack.
Yeah. I don't think the 3 will go, so it's got to be the 2 just to push that
What do you
away.
play next, though? If you play that,
Yeah.
if you play that carom, what do you do next?
Yeah.
Would you? Okay, he's taking the 7.
Okay. Oh, he's going at the 7.
I think he tried to catch the jaw. He wanted to catch
He
the
wasn't
jaw
trying
and
to
get
pop
it to
that.
sit there.
He was just trying to ratchet up the pressure till he can get that pocket sorted. Yeah, that's well done. But
Probably
what
a bit-
it has done is it's left a wee bit of a opened up a gap. That's 6 on down the rail now, if you can get the angle. Might not be a problem in the set, because this 14 will be sitting over the pocket. That's a fairly good handbrake on anything Matt can do, unless that 2 can just sneak inside the 1.
I don't know if he'll do it now. He'll probably try and put a lot of not stun, but a lot of drag on the 7
Yeah.
to try to get the cue ball to sit somewhere middle of the table.
Yeah, so it's a bit straighter on the 2.
Or he'll just go up and back.
Yeah. Yep.
He was able to play it without the drag. Okay.
Yeah, that was someone in touch with the pace of the table, eh? That's
Yeah,
there.
I didn't think you could do that without a bit of south of the equator. Try to go off the back of the 14, not to be.
Yeah. So Adam's got to do something with this. He's got to do the business. We'll get this blocker in there. He's getting the blocker in there. Yeah, that's good.
I'd deliberately give a foul away here. I'd deliberately give a foul away, and I'd try to push that 2 next to the 9. That's what I'd be doing. You're 4-0 up.
Yep.
Finish these if you can. If you can't finish them, you'll
Yeah.
most likely leave the table open for me.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's just going to keep.
Yeah, I don't see the advantage in that right now.
He's just trying to bait Adam here, I think. I mean, Adam's not much has worked for him, so
No.
he's just going to try and
At
get
13's
Adam to
getting
hang himself here.
13's getting freed up off the 11 here, so
Could free them all here.
no, he's taking his medicine the other way. Okay.
I think he's just trying to be circumspect in how he goes about this. He's just going to try to sit it in a better place. That he's actually taken the double away, which is quite handy for Adam there.
Yeah.
Is that one before that did double back into that pocket, and now it doesn't. So that's your potential game breaker shot taken away.
Oh, that wasn't far off being bloody good shot.
Well, he's opened up the 13, which I'm not too sure is the greatest option, but again, this frame is, if you get ugly, then you see a lot of shots you wouldn't expect to see, and you see a lot of shots work where they shouldn't.
Okay, so all of a sudden, within a couple of shots, Adam's cleared out most of his trouble balls and left Matt with 3 pieces of garbage that he's got to deal with.
Trying to kill that on the 9, and it hasn't
Yeah.
sat on the 9 as he would have wished.
So now, if we take the double, or is he going to run along the cushion and then go for it? He's going to run along the cushion and go for it.
That's
So
perfect.
there's a finish here now.
Yeah. He's manufactured this very well, though, hasn't he? He's realised that the aggressive way that he normally plays doesn't work. So he's going to his B game, if you will, to
Yeah.
get a result.
Thanks, John. I was suspecting that, but I wasn't going to say it. Sorry, we just got a comment from John Potter, who I'm referring to in the John, but so, yeah.
Maybe I need to invest in one of those too.
Yeah. And seeing as you're on there, John, and didn't see you before you go, well played, mate.
Snick out here. Behind the one, so he's given himself a lot of table to work with here.
Nothing's going to be a problem. It's just got to focus on the pot here now. There's no one-offs or anything unless he does something ridiculous. So no dramas at all.
That's the Adam we know a lot better.
Yep.
So 4-1, he's given himself an avenue back into this match.
Yeah.
Struggling up till now, he's manufactured a frame there. He's not gone out and tried to win it outright. He's strangled the life out of it. He's got a chance and he's taken it. So you win it ugly, but that's your vehicle into the match. Hopefully for people who support Adam and people like neutrals who want to see a great final, you would hope that that's the way that he can use to roar back here. That's not taking away anything from Matt, because he's played very well in this game so far. Matt's going to get a shot here because once again it's a dry break. The thing that was working so well for Adam has deserted him here.
Our next screen is the Alan Cowan.
Oh, yeah. So just heads up for those that keep an eye out for the streaming. The next one is the Alan Cowan, which is the first weekend of August. Yeah, seems like a long way away, to be fair. What's that, just over a month and a bit?
6 weeks away. I think in terms of poll during the season, it's feels like months, doesn't it? Several months.
Yes. So we'll be looking for volunteers for setting up at the Papanui bowling club rooms on the Friday afternoon from about 4 o'clock on. If any young, fit, able-bodied people want to front up and help out with setting up the tables. Takes a couple of hours, most appreciated. And we even find some funds for some rehydration at the end of it if necessary.
Okay, so
most of the people that have been setting it up have been doing it for the last 10 years, and that means they're all the same, doing it about 10 years older. So you can see the issue with
I don't no, he can't.
Oh, he looks like he
thinks he can. Jesus, is this a trick of the eye again to make me think that there is no gap to get the cue ball through?
Well, you have a look at the line of the cushion, and that definitely got a bow in it, so there's some distortion there. Yeah.
Oh,
that was very nice.
He's filleted that absolutely masterfully.
So I'm going to use that as an excuse for calling everything wrong that I've seen on this table so far this afternoon.
Well, that looked in no way, shape or form like it was possible, but again, he's down there playing it, we're up here watching it, thinking we can do a better job than he can. Complete fallacy.
Yeah. Oh, we know this, but it doesn't stop us having our little bloody ego bubbles by thinking that we can.
Oh, that's a big miss.
Yeah.
That's a big miss. That could have been the last visit.
He was jacked up a little bit.
Yeah, he had to kind of stick it there for the 10. Cue gone down in the background. I don't know whether that's Adam's breaking cue or his playing cue. I think it was his breaking cue.
I'll be holding his playing cue, so I imagine it'll be breaking. Hopefully it's still got a tip.
Plant for the first shot. Needs to get this absolutely right.
Well, it was going to be safe.
Are you sure?
No.
Or has he snookered?
I said it was going to be fair. Yeah. He may have snookered. fact, it's...
11. I think the 11's a chance to not be snookered here, you know. I
Yep.
can't tell from here. There's no chance you can tell from here.
No, I'm not guessing.
But
Oh,
Ronnie's all over it.
mm,
Only needed one staple. Tells me that I think more than... I reckon it was a snooker if he's only used one staple.
I don't think it matters. I think he's going to play that ball anyway.
Only matters because he's got the chance to call something else.
What would you need to do? I think the shot was there anyway.
That's another big opportunity missed, I reckon.
Yeah, that looks like a plant, that 7-1. Yes, it is.
Goes more aggressively at this time. Not really left himself anything though, has he? The four's horrible.
Yeah. Oh,
I don't know if he's going to continue to be aggressive here. That was your answer. The 11 looks like it thins in here.
yeah, I think so.
So there's another shot that Matt's generally very good at, is that thin cut. In fact, he's hit it too thin. Jesus, he's done really well to hit that and not pot it at that angle.
Yeah. It's a skill set in itself.
It is. Now, what can Adam do here?
Well, yeah.
You would think he's very much drinking at the Last Chance Saloon here. You would think. You'd think he's got to make a clearance here or he's toast, right?
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, yeah, 4-1 down, and so where's he going? Is he going to screw back to give himself a shot here? I thought he might try and come inside the black there, and
No, he's just trying to keep it civil here.
well, he's got to do something with that 2 and 4.
I'd say right here. Maybe he's a bit short there. I
Well, the
don't
2,
I don't actually think the 4 passes the 2. He's going to try and kill the 11 here.
yes,
He's not happy with it. He wanted it closer. He
Yeah.
wanted to kill the 11 off completely, and he's just underhit it.
yeah, that may be on there.
What's on now if he wants to take it?
Hmm.
Could
No,
play the
what-
11 and take the shot. Could play the 10 as well.
Yeah, well, the 11's there, so why wouldn't you take that?
Perfect. Just needs to roll this in, it would seem, and then he's pretty much square on the 8, which he has done,
Yeah.
and he's square on the 8. This is for the final, folks. If he gets this, he is the 2025 winner for Canterbury. He'll be the king of Canterbury. And he's got it.
He's got it. Well, that was a sort of a masterclass in some ways, wasn't it?
It was. That is how you play against somebody who hasn't brought their best for a final.
So well done, Matt Fisher.
You just get right in there and you make everything hurt. And that's exactly what Matt's done. So well done, Matt Fisher. Commiserations to Adam Lilly, who quite clearly didn't have his game going for him in that instance. But we know that that's more of an aberration than the norm. But what a fantastic win that is for Matt. He's been close a number of times, and he finally gets to say that he's the champion this time around.
Nailed it. So half the stickmen hanging around.
Oh, they will be. I mean,
will
they would
be.
have been no matter what the result was. But you get a new name on the trophy this year. It's a name that's not been on it. The underdog does have his day.
Yes. So well done. Well, that's it for me. Go down and watch the prize giving.
See Benny Tokiri just right at the end there.
Oh, yeah.
I do like the fact that there's a number of people who have stayed to watch the final, but also the fact that it's not even 5:30 and this is finished is again testament to the organisation. Yes, you've got a few speed wobbles to overcome in next tournaments, but your product's a success at the moment for me. I do think that going forward, if you can do it this way, 3 days, if you host both events the same weekend, then this can most definitely work.
I think so. We'll call that experiment a success. Participating for some of it, watching from the outside for some of it. I think it's worked well.
Oh, definitely. And I think you're giving the players less time to have to wait for things as well, and you're giving them more sort of downtime away from playing pool. You're giving them the chance to rest and recuperate, and so have you.
Yeah, one thing that I think was worked out really well was no buys going into the main rounds. There was a couple of 2 playoff games, I think, from memory.
Yeah, but I mean, that's
just to get down to 64 from 66 qualifiers. But I mean, that was a couple of races to 3, hardly any time. It's not like you're waiting for an hour or an hour and a half for your first match if you had the bye. And it's not a great number of people, and everything was caught up real quick.
Yeah.
You know, that's one factor that makes a big difference to players, and keeping it fair and even for everyone.
Well, yeah, thank you, Benny. You had 132 players in the Open, so you're going to naturally go to 66. So 66 is 2 more than 64, so there's your 2 playoff games. But even the ladies, you had 54 players, so you only had 5 buys. They decided not to fill the buys, but it was minimal interruption. So everything worked out really well. Well, first of all, the tournament worked itself out well with the entry numbers, but secondly, the way it was progressed with and the way that they chose to do it, I think is a success. Obviously some players didn't turn up for the tournament today. Maybe they just got confused of the start times, but they were told numerous times that these are the start times, are printed in black and white, have a look at them, take a photograph of them. So that's all on them if they don't do it. You can't blame the organisers.
It's always those that are bitterly disappointed or just think they, just beneath them to play in a plate. I don't think that's right. You just stuffing a drawer up.
Thing.
Yep.
You sign up for everything, good or bad.
Yeah, you're stuffing a drawer if you...
So we do have a prize giving of sorts here. Going through, I believe, the ladies' tournament first. This is your plate winner, Patrice McGrath, and then you had your the runner-up in the main flight, Katrina McLean, receiving her money. So this is Hannah Wood receiving her runner-up money. Well, when she is here, I know she's here, but hopefully somebody will be out to go and find her to tell her that there's a bit of money coming your way, hun.
But it's not even that. It's the fact that you've got someone new contending for a trophy, for the trophy. It's her first time and that deep into a tournament, as far as I know.
Doyen of Canterbury poll for the ladies, especially coming up to receive her winner's cheque. So something with Kerry too is that she's putting an awful lot of time in playing reds and yellows. Was selected for the team to go to Ireland, so that's been her main focus, not this game. And Chris Gerry, their beaten semi-finalist, a teammate of mine. There's Sam Hopkinson, the other semi-finalist, to receive his money. Who won the ladies? That was Kerry Lowe, Sheldon, over Hannah Wood.
Right, looks like Paul's breaking the computer down. Just waiting for the sparks to come off as he pulls stuff out the back. This delicate wee thing that we can't sort of move very much. Bzzz.
So Adam sounding like he was magnanimous in defeat, as he always is. Okay, so Hannah Wood just being called back in to get her runner-up check. But yeah, Matt Fisher just about to receive the biggest prize that he's ever won, to my knowledge. Hope you guys all heard that. That was some sort of scream downstairs.
Oh yeah. As if you don't know what that's about, Matt.
Oh, that would have been handy.
I just noticed it.
So I just want to take this opportunity, as I always do, to say thank you to everybody for watching. If you are not at home and you wish to get home, please do so safely. If you've been drinking, don't drive, because we want to see you back here. We want to see you watching again. We want to see you at events. If you're a pool player yourself, we want to see you playing. So please stay safe. Alan Cowan in 6 weeks' time, so first weekend of August is the next time. On Cue will be streaming an event, so please keep that in your calendar. Once again from me, John the Voice Saundercock, and Paul Morris, or the Grey Snapper. He's going to give me some rubbish.
No, that's all right. I'm just surprised you remember that. It's going back a year or three that one came up. So I still have the shirt, but we will not discuss where the name came from.
I'll leave it there. Also, thank you again to Paul Chivers for being a champion and streaming this whole event. Couldn't do this without you. Couldn't do this without On Cue. So Daryl Chambers, Sue Chambers, thank you both very much, and all of our sponsors that I don't think we named once the whole weekend, but you all deserve everything good that comes your way. You support our game with aplomb, without complaint. So your support is very much appreciated, and we hope we will do so again in the future. But from me, I bid you adieu, ka kite, stay safe, see you all later.